Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the very first edition of not the Orsosaurus Cup, but welcome, everyone. Welcome to the StegoMonday number 1. Of course, I VIP, and with me, I'm joined by these amazing players, the people in the chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. We're jumping into our first series. The bracket is live. The bracket is stacked. We can go over the bracket after this first round, as spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the American, typically Protoss player, but off racing a Zerg, representing Virtus Pro. It is Estrella. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the American Terran player, the Red Terran, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Medic Jr. Here we go. We have our first two matches. We have our first couple players here, and we are jumping on in. Diving on in. For those that are curious, the Orsosaurus Cup was a tournament that was a bit of a collaboration between Stegosaurus and Orsa TV, but alas, we do have a more solitary, a more solo endeavor here by Stegosaurus, now going to be running and hosting the StegoMonday number 1. Will this continue? Yet to be determined. This might be the beginning of a trend. This might be the beginning of a new weekly. At least for now, it is being held, and we'll see what happens. There could be a number 2. There could not be. Regardless, we're embracing the first series here, or the first edition, the first rendition of this tournament. And so far, so good. It is going to be a hatch pool here out of Estrella. Meanwhile, Medic Jr. going for a Rax expand. Let us go. Medic Jr., of course, being more of an amateur player. I should also mention, if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. As Estrella is off-racing, of course, he does often off-race, especially if he feels like he can really contest against his opponent. If he feels like he can take the risk and play, not necessarily his main race, he will do so. Even against other GMs, he's willing to embrace the chaos that is off-racing as Zerg or off-racing as Terran. It's what he does. It's what he does, man. And here we go. But now that we are settling in, a gasless opener out of Estrella is an interesting choice, by the way. It's a very bold move by the Zerg player, and usually it does coincide with a fast third, but there is no third. There is no third hatchery. The Reaper has arrived. It dips into the mineral line, will threaten the workers. Drones are under fire at the same time, though Estrella is moving out with his links. Does bypass the Reapers, and the goal here is to delay the CC. The SV is going to be under fire. The command center is going to be delayed. Ooh, add-on behind this, no other units. Boys are being pulled, and so far so good. Damage is being done. There is thankfully a Marine in the main. There's a Marine. The links will eventually be cleaned up, and they do not get an SCV kill. So far so good. No SCV kill. Third CC's on the way. That's third CC before starport. It's a very economic opener here by the Terran. And across the map, Estrella is finally taking his gases. Again, very late gas saturation here by Estrella, so late link speed. Because link speed is so delayed, I'm leaning towards Roach aggression. I'm leaning towards like a Roach all-in from Estrella. But we'll see. We'll see if that's what he does decide to embrace. Again, we'll keep an eye on Max Angel. Este Max. Yeah. Yep, speaking of, makes sense. There's a Roach Warren. As I did mention, usually if you open up gasless in a ZVT, because your gas is so delayed, it just isn't worth getting into link speed. It just isn't worth investing because it's so heavily delayed. We might see it later as the game progresses if we get up to like a 4-base economy, but for now, it's going to be Roaches. It's going to be Roach aggression here by Estrella. I imagine he's going to be going for a pretty committed Roach move-outs, but we'll see if he just opens up defensively with Roaches and then drones and expands. Estrella can try and take a different approach. He could. See if he does. Again, I kind of just glossed over it. It's kind of referencing Orsosaurus Cup, but when it comes to this event, it is open to all regions, open to all places out there in the world. Is just our replacement open cup for the time being. Much love to Stegosaurus, Proto Stegosaurus. Much love, much love. Medic Jr. is going to poke in. Behind this, opening up 3CC, it's a Banshee. Poke Banshees are on the horizon. Hellions looking for a way in as well. They do pick off a couple of tumors. Not bad. Creep tumors going down. Roaches are spotted. Roaches are confirmed. But Astray is not making any more behind this. He did open Roach, that is true. But he's droning. He's droning up, getting an Evo Chamber plus on range. Second Evo Chamber as well. That should be plus on Carapace. Getting into 1-1. Roaches, they hold their own. And it looks like Astray is headed towards a later game state with Roach Ravager. Now this can turn into Ling Bane Roach Ravager, or this could turn into Roach Ravager into Hydra Lurker Viper. Both kind of tech pods are viable here for Australia. Both are viable, we'll see which one he goes for. So for now, he's just trying to maintain map control, zoning away those Hellions, freely spreading creep behind this. Attempts to scout and does get a changeling into the main. Ooh. And with that, gets eyes on everything in the main base, is fully aware of the bios, fully aware of the 3rd CC timing. From here, he can freely drone. As I say that, the Banshees will hit the 4th, and they will force a cancel. 4th base is denied. Drone goes down, not bad. Got a pick up here out of Medic Jr. Taking it back up forward towards the south. Medic Jr. Has a handful of Hellions to at least scout. To at least confirm. Oh, meanwhile, there is detection. Not quite worth it. One Banshee goes down. The Queens do survive. Hellions, they scout the expansion, but they can't really do much about it. Medic Jr., he's just building up towards his eventual bio tank push. Meanwhile, Estrella, I was curious about his tech as well. I was curious if it was going to be going into the Baneling Nest, into a Hydra Den. We see the Infestation base. Now, this could just be to rush into Hive, or we could even see a couple of Infestors incorporated as well. Infestors can complement Roaches quite nicely. But now, though, it is going to be the Hive. Ravager moving out, catching out the tanks. No! The tanks that were caught unsieged. Massive piles. Both tanks go down. And before we can really embrace Hive Tech, Medic Jr., he's in trouble. There's not much at home to defend. Losing 2 tanks was brutal, and there's 1 tank left. And it is prone to being piled. Australia can keep pushing from here. He's getting those safety infestors, as I did mention. We'll have them ready here for those fungals. Australia does have massive supply lead. And honestly, he could break this. He could break this location. He could keep pushing. Australia playing it safe, waiting for reinforcements. Is up 40 supply. Medic Jr. going for the double drop towards the left-hand side. Australia doesn't really have much in position to defend. Doesn't have much ready. Drop does reveal itself. Does force Australia to respond. Queens are going down the 1 Queen for now. Fungal doesn't quite connect. But again, at least Medic Jr., he's just buying time at rebuilding his tank count. Just trying to stabilize. Not quite there yet. Oh, the Fungal! The Vials! Oh my god. He does get one of the Medivacs, the other barely does survive. Never mind. So it goes down to the Queen. And now, Astray, he can focus on his push. He's almost maxed. Almost maxed out at this point. Getting into 2-2. There's that Hydra, as I did mention. Roach Ravager into Hydra Lurker. Viper as well. And what do we have? We have 4 tanks. Soon to be 5 tanks. Big tank volleys going up on the Roach Ravager, but there's just none of support. Tanks are going down. GG gets called, and Estrella will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Estrella taking a lead in the series. Again, he did come in as the favored player, but it was just a really rough initial move out for Medic Jr. If you recall, he was caught out in the open. He was caught with his pants down with the tanks unsieged. And as they were unsieged, he lost so much momentum early on that allowed Estrella to just freely max out, to freely build up, and to snowball out of control from there. GG. GG, well played. Estrella will take the first game. And now we're getting ready for game number 2. Getting ready for the second game in the series. And we'll see if Medic Jr. can bring it back, if he can bounce back here against Estrella. I'm curious if Estrella is going to only play Roach. Typically when players off-race, when pro players off-race, their amount of builds available kind of at their disposal are a lot more limited. They're a lot less diverse. Usually they've got like 1 or 2 playstyles, typically 1 or 2 builds. So Estrella, he might just embrace Roaches again, or he might surprise us and go for Ling Bane. I would not be opposed to it. I would not be opposed to Ling Bane into Muta, for example. Let's go. As we have our second map, it's going to be on Site Delta. Let's go. What do you say? Este Facebook. Causa, papi. Causa, papi. You're making me hungry. Tengo hambre, papi. Tengo hambre. Ay, ay, ay. Este Facebook. Good to see you. Good to see you. As we're jumping into game number 2 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta, we have our American Protoss. I mean, he is an American Protoss player, off-racing a Zerg, the blue Zerg representing Virtus Pro. It is Estrella. It's the Facebook guy. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the opponent. We have the American Terran player, the Red Terran representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Medic Jr. Yo, Papi, when are you playing in one of these tournaments? Where were you, Papi? Where were you? ¿A dónde estabas, pa? Ay, ay, ay. Of course, shout out to StegoMonday for hosting, for organizing, for funding the event. Big shout out. If you want to help support the event yourself, you can do so via Matcherino as well. There is a Matcherino page where you can help boost the prize pool if you wish. Otherwise, we're here to enjoy. We're here to kick the week off this lovely Tuesday morning. I know it's Monday night for those in the Americas. Here it is, what, 11:30 a.m. in the morning on Tuesday. Well, let's go. What is this Zerg build? Hatch Pool. It's a Hatch Pool opener here out of Estrella. If you weren't here in the last game, it is a gasless opener. Last game we saw, actually, a bit of an earlier gas geyser by Estrella, but last game, because the gases was so late, he went into Roaches. He did open up Roach, he did skip Ling speed, he didn't make a single Ling last, or actually he made 2 scouting Lings early on, but did embrace Roaches. Here, I'm curious if Estrella will do the same. He is taking an earlier gas geyser than previously, but it's still quite late, so skipping Ling speed is still something that I'm at least thinking, it's at the forefront of my mind. We'll see if that does continue. As the SCV Scout is dipping in. Behind this, we do have a Medic Jr. getting to his Rax Expand. And once again, there are those 2 Lings designed to move out across the map, designed to avoid the initial Reaper Scouts, and to try to delay the CC. Just finished college, let's go. Oh my god. It's good to hear, Papi. Congratulations. Felicidades, Papi. Felicidades. Good to hear. Hope you're doing well. As Lings, they do get across the map. Again, they are designed to delay the CC. And they should be able to, at least for a couple of seconds. Alastor is at Marine to defend. Second SCV has arrived. And the Ling is forced back. Meanwhile, across the map, with the first 100 gas, Ling speed is being researched, and Estrella does pull out of gas. Okay, you have my attention. You have my attention here. It looks like Estrella, he's not going into Roach play this time. Looks like he is going, potentially, Ling Bane. So now we can see a different side of Estrella. Behind this, Medic Jr. getting to his 3rd CC before Starport. Economic opener, same build as last game. But now Estrella is taking a very different approach. Very different. Este Facebook. Ponada Facebook. SMH. SMH. From here, there's the Adam swap. Getting into our 1-1-1. Last game, of course, they did go into Cloak Banshees. I imagine the same this time here from Medic Jr. Hellions are moving out. And we'll see if Estrella can defend. For now, building up his queens. He's got a safety amount of lings on the way. Saturating his third. Medic Jr. does poke in. Again, just the 8 lings for Estrella. He should be joining from here. Interesting. We'll be avoiding those Hellions. We'll try to. Does try to collapse in, but he's going to bleed out a lot of lings. And he will have to back off. Estrella pulls away. 430 lair timing for Estrella. Going for the lair, going for the Evo chambers. Interesting choice. There we go. It's like, where are the Bailings? There we go. Where are the Bailings? Bailey-ness gets thrown down. And Estrella is embracing Ling Bane. He's going to be embracing it. I say that he is taking 4 gases behind this, and there's only the 1 Evo chamber, so potentially Estrella, if he doesn't throw down the second Evo chamber, he could try to rush into a Spire, and we could actually see Muta play. Yeah, all 6 gases. Yeah, the gases, they are being taken. That's a lot of gas here for Estrella. Show us the Spire. Show us that. Again, like, when I think of players off-racing, I do think of a couple different things. Yeah, there we go. There's the 6th gas geyser. I think of players, you know, going into all-ins, as we saw previously. Not an all-in, but, you know, committed roach aggression and having fun with mutas. But we'll see. There's +1 Carapace on the way. Again, there's no second Evo chamber. There's no +1 melee. And she's diving in towards the main. Estrella double expanding. And she's getting a lot done. The Spore was delayed, but the Queens, they arrived just in time. Clutch Transfuse. Estrella shuts down the Banshee. Lings are amassing. And where is that tech? I mean, it's going to be something here. It's going to be either the Spire, it's going to be the Hydroden, Infestation Pits, one of the 3. As Estrella, he's banking up a lot of gas. And, how's he intend to spend? I mean, sure, he can morph in some Banelings. But Lings, they just get across over. They get into the mineral line. There's nothing you know! There's nothing at home! SCVs are going down. Marines out of position. And before we can even see any tech, and as Estrella's building up all that gas, he does get across the map, takes down all the Marines. The tank as well. Ay, ay, ay. The Hellions will clean this up. And Estrella's just making Lings. Okay. Let's go. Mate, we just mine gas just to hold on to it, Pappy. We just want to preserve it. Let's go. There we go. Second Evo chamber. +1 melee is going to be heavily delayed, unfortunately. So the upgrades are going to be a little bit lopsided, but it's on the way. Likewise, Infestation Bit here. That should be for Hive Tech. But the tech is quite delayed here for Estrella, but it's fine. Like, it doesn't matter. At this point, after the trade that we just saw, Estrella, he's looking quite comfortable. Morphing in Banelings. +2 and +1 on the way. Oh, there we go. Estrella spending his gas, getting him to 5 Infestors. Let's go. Ling Bane counterattack, hits the mineral line, 10 SCVs go down, and Megs Jr., he's committed. He's all in. He has to send it across the map. He will bring down the 4th. 4th hash rate falls, catching out some Infestors, but Ling Bane, they're getting ready for a surround. They're going to be coming in from multiple angles. Infestors popping out as well. And do we get the fungal? Ooh, we do not. 3 Infestors for free. And that's big ups here by Medic Jr. Estrella's still backing up. So just building up more Lings, building up more Banelings. here comes the surround. Nice spread here with the Banelings. Bungle does connect. Well, the tank will barely survive. Medic Jr., he can still try to keep going. Reinforcements are on the way. He can still send it. Meanwhile, behind this, no more Banelings, no more Infestors. Estrella did throw them all away. Estrella, he's in trouble. Medic Jr., he can pull this off. Remember, the upgrades for Estrella, they are lacking. Medic Jr., he can still pull this off. Waiting for another round of reinforcements. Ooh, Estrella cannot dive into that. Has to pull away. Medic Jr. still rallying. He knows how close he is to breaking Estrella. Estrella does catch a tank. Catching more reinforcements. Not bad. Still building up more Link Bane. Investing into Burrow. Let's go. His economy is still solid. Medic Jr. is vulnerable to a run by, but instead, Estrella just staying back at home. Double drop into the main base. Does force a reaction. Queen's under fire. One queen goes down. Oof. Two queens, but does get both medevacs. See Estrella trying to bait out those Widow Mines. They are not going to get baited out. Ooh. Estrella throwing away a lot of Lings. Not quite worth it. Medic Jr. has a comparable army. Unfortunately, I know I've been focusing a lot on Estrella here as he does catch reinforcements. Medic Jr. he never started to do the Widow Mines. Oh my god. The Widow Mines going off. Not bad, but the SCVs. Yeah, the mineral lines are exposed. Bailey's they bust on in. SCVs are going down at the same time. Link Bane crashing into the main army. They take down the Widow Mines. Medic Jr. just doesn't have much at home to defend. Widow Mines get shut down. Again, no armory. Oh, sorry, there is an armory, but he never invested into 2-2. Never really built on his upgrades. And Medic Jr., he just doesn't really have much left to work with. Oh, the Bard Banes! Oh, sorry, Bard Lings. Never mind. Lings just burrowing all over the place. And Medic Jr., he had a chance earlier. He honestly was breaking through and doing quite well for himself when it came to his push, but alas, he wasn't able to reinforce. He took a little bit too long. Estrella did build up. Did stabilize. These southern expansions have been left alone the entire time. And there's the Spire. We expected the Spire sooner, but it's fine. It's fine. Oof. As Estrella is soon to max out. Now, Medic Jr. can still take a fight with all these Widow Mines, but there's not really much else here to support the army. There's one tank, there's a handful of Marines. The Widow Mines have potential, but... There we go, Estrella. He does dive in. Widow Mine shots are going to trade well, but it doesn't matter. Estrella, he can afford to be inefficient. Cleans up the minefield. Going for the planetary. Banelings that will crash in. Going for the SCVs. Up. They at least take down the Hellions. Oh, and Estrella even going for a Doom drop into the main. He's doing it all. Doomra comes in, GG gets called, and Estrella will take the series 2-0. Will advance on to the next round. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations, Australia. He will claim the series, will advance on. My condolences to Medic Jr. I mean, honestly, game 1 was a little bit more one-sided. Here in game 2, Medic Jr. did pose a threat. He did pose a threat. Australia was a little bit overconfident, was very inefficient with his build. Because of that, he was quite vulnerable, and he almost died. Then and there, when it came to the move-outs, when his 4th base was being killed, when he lost 3 infestors, when he committed with Ling Bane, and he didn't clean up the army, Australia was actually, you know, up against the wall there. Unfortunately, Medic Jr., he wasn't able to reinforce, and he wasn't able to keep the push going. Last Australia, he stabilized over time, and GG, he bounced back. Did bounce back. Congratulations. Australia will advance on, and the question becomes, who will face off against him in the next round? Who's it going to be? As we head on over to the brackets and figure out where we are. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves. We have some updates. We have, from the top, quite a lot going on. We have Bjorn still waiting for his next opponent, still waiting for Bomyoja and Verditate to wrap up. We have Shameless up against Epic in a PvT that could go either way. Best of luck. I do slightly favor Shameless, but Epic has been looking quite impressive as of late. Going down, we have Solar versus Mute, currently mid-series in the round of 16. And we have Australia waiting for the winner of Pig and Tata Giba. They are currently facing off in that best of 3. Meanwhile, in the lower half of the brackets, let's see if we can head on over. We have Shin. Shin is waiting for the winner of Eon and Hushang. We have Nickrack versus Maples, mid-series in a TVP. We have J Money waiting for the winner of Trap and Macro Juice. And we have Geralt waiting for the winner of Foxer and Zero in that TVT. So a lot of matches going on. We are wrapping up the round of 32. We're getting into the round of 16. And currently our goal here is to wait for Pig versus Tatagiba to wrap up. And then we'll be jumping into the winner versus Australia. Then we'll be following that into most likely Solar. Following that into most likely Bjorn. Going to be focusing on the upper half of the bracket. I was torn. In the lower half we have the potential Trap versus Shin. We'll see if anyone can bring them down. But that is going to be a spicy PvZ. Alas, we have been casting a lot of Shin recently, and I did want to kind of spread the love and cover Solar while we can. That is the plan. Meanwhile, when it comes to Pig versus Tatagiba, I mean, they're currently mid-series, and I believe Pig is streaming as POV, so I can take a peek in, but because this is POV, we won't know what game he's in. It is a ZVZ though. Okay. It is a ZVZ. And I would imagine that Australia's going to off-race again. Australia typically does off-race whenever he plays against Pig. Not Zerg though, he usually plays Terran. But we'll see if that continues. Or if he plays the main race, possible. We shall see. TBD. But again, I don't know if Pig is in game 1, game 2, or game 3, so we might even jump in mid-series. It's possible. It is possible. Oh, Rockless is casting Pig? Oh, that would make sense. True. That would make sense. Just because Pig is playing against a Brazilian player. And Rocklets is usually all over that. Let's have a look. Where is Senor Rocklets? Am I not following him? No shot. Oh, they're in the ace match. Let's go. Looks like Pig and Tatagiba, they're in game 3. So it looks like, regardless of the outcome, we're going to be covering the winner versus Australia. And it is going to be a Zerg player. Here we go. Until then, as Tatagiba, he's popping off. He's going mass muter. And it wasn't scattered. Oof. 2 base meter even. For now, though, we're going to be going on a short break, and when we return, we should have the next series. Curious how this turns out. It's going to be close. Pig will have the better economy. He's up in workers. But that's a lot of meter. We'll find out. For now, though, we're going to be going on a short break, and again, we'll be back soon with our next match. Until then, take this moment, get some snacks, get some water, go to the bathroom, and we'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, I apologize for the extended break, but we have returned. We returned with our second series of the night with the round of 16. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It's time to gamba because predictions are now open. Place your bets on how you think the series will unfold. Best of luck. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Side Delta, we have the American, usually Protoss, but now off racing as Terran. We have, representing Virtus Pro, Australia. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Australian Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Pig Pan. It is Pig himself. Let's go. We have our ZVT, and I'm curious as to how Pig will approach this. Again, we have, these two have actually faced off quite often when it comes to ESL Open Cup Americas. They face off on a semi-regular basis, and we actually have seen Pig defeat Australia's Terran before. It has occurred in the past. It could happen again. So even though Australia is the heavy favorite, especially if he were to play his main race, because he is off racing, Pig has a chance. Does have a chance. Now, when it comes to Australia's off race, he very commonly does go 2x. Never mind. I was gonna say he very commonly goes 2x Reaper, but it looks like we have a Rax Expand, but on the low ground. Very interesting build here by Australia. Curious how this all comes together. This does mean that he's gonna be a little bit more vulnerable here on the low ground at the natural. We'll see if Pig can abuse that. Oh boy. As I was kind of trying to peek in, trying to get a read on, I was trying to tune into the previous series between Pig and Tatagiba, the gig that go all the way to the ace match, and Pig, he was actually discussing his series against Australia. He was referring to how he was thinking about going into mass muta, thinking about trying to out multitask or try to pull Australia apart in a more chaotic kind of game state. We'll see if he can get there. Likewise, Australia is looking for the Overlord. He's attempting to hunt it down. Did open a Marine, he skipped the Reaper, and there is no Overlord Cliff, there is no Pillar, and the Overlord is going to go down. So a nice pickoff already for the Blue Terran. Very nice pickoff. Overlord goes down. That will supply block Pig. Back at home is going to be taking his third base, but yeah, he's forced to make 2 Overlords, going for actually a delayed third. Very interesting. Okay, oh my, what is happening here? What? I don't think I've seen this skin before. It looks like the drones are hairy. Oh, what's going on? I don't know if it's the color scheme or what, but okay, I'm gonna look away from the workers. Jesus. It looks like they have like furry patches on their backs. Aye. Regardless. Oh my god, okay, so now we see why. So I was curious as to why Pig was staying on 2 bases. I was very confused, but now it all makes sense. He was staying in gas. Pig, he did not invest into Link Speed, so he's skipping Link Speed, getting a second gas geyser, and Pig is going into 2-base lair. Going into 2-base lair. This could be the beginning of 2-base muta, but based on the fact that there is no Link Speed, I was gonna say I'm leaning more towards Roach play, but we would have already seen a Roach Warren by now. Is this straight up 2-base muta? He's crazy. A bold move here by Pig. Marines, they move out. They're hunting down another Overlord, and they're going to get it. Oh, second Overlord is going to go down. Aye. Pig, once again, is supply blocked. His Lings will get into the main. He'll get a full scout. It is going to be mech out of... it's going to be mech out of Australia. He's rushing just into... I was going to say Hyperflight Rotors. He's rushing into Hurricane Engines, going into Mass Cyclone. It is a 2-base muta out of Pig, but I'm very concerned. He's trying to wall off. Now, thankfully, his wall off will mean that he is safe against the Hellions at least. Hellions should not be able to find a way in. Meanwhile, another Overlord is found, and Australia is going to attempt to hunt it down. And behind this massing Cyclone against muta, I still do want to favor Australia in this position, but we'll see if he can get away with it. Cyclones are revealed. Overlord gets hunted down. And Pig, he is in a bit of trouble here. Australia hasn't seen much. I mean, he knows it's 2-base play. It could be 2-base Roach all-in, could be a Nidus-based all-in, could be muta. Australia's in the dark. That's what exactly is going on. But he's gaining high ground vision with that Rax. Australia spots all the queens. The high queen count is a tell. Does see the fact that the Roach Horn is not researching, neither is the Evo Chamber. So I mean, it could be a couple of things. It could be Muta, it could be Swarm Host. But last Queens are going down left and right. And Pig, he now starts up the Mutas, but it might just be too late. At this point, it might just be too little too late. Eva Chamber gets brought down. More Cyclones have arrived. And they can chase down the Queens. they can just chase them down at this point. There's not much to defend. Workers are going down, and Astray, he's snowballing out of control from here. Takes down every single Queen. Now, because Astray has been taking this time, it will mean the Mutas will pop. Mutas do pop out. They reveal themselves. Roach Warren falls. And the Cyclones, they can just kite back. They can just kite back. They will come out on top. They shut down the Mutas. Yeah, the Mutas get cleaned up. They do nothing against the Cyclones. And GG, well played. Estrella will take game number 1. GG. Just an unfortunate setup there by Pig. Happened to be going into 2-based Muta. Unfortunately, Estrella happened to be going into a Cyclone rush. He was rushing into a second factory, into Mass Cyclone, into Hurricane Thrusters. Sorry, Hurricane Engines. And, yeah, it wasn't like Estrella knew what was going on. He didn't. As far as he knew, it could have been Roaches, as he was able to scout that opener. So Estrella, he wasn't exactly sure what was going on, but he did take it slow, took it steady, didn't force his way into the natural too quickly. Just took his time, took down the Eva Chamber, took down the Roach Warren, and snowballed from there. So a solid game from Estrella. And now we're getting ready for the second game. Getting ready for game 2. I'm hoping Pig can get into his build this time and get into the mid game, but a lot of it I do feel like will depend on Estrella's approach as well. Clearly, Estrella, he's not afraid to be hyper aggressive and be in the face of his opponent. Oh boy. And I doubt we're going to be seeing a Cyclone rush like that again, but Estrella has potential. Clearly. He's got builds, Pap. He's got builds. We go. Meanwhile, looks like other portions of the bracket are advancing. They are progressing. For now, it looks like our players need a little bit of time to determine which map they're going to be jumping into next. Need a little bit more time. I want to say that's... What was that? I think Amphion is a choice. It's either Amphion or maybe Alkyone. We'll see. We shall see. Otherwise, hope everyone in the chat has been doing well. Saw Doom earlier. I see Frost as well. Plaza. Facebook, of course. Bienvenidos. Bienvenidos. Still in the early rounds of the tournament. When it comes to the rest of the event, it looks like there are players waiting. Solar is waiting for the winner of the series, so it's either going to be a Solar versus Estrella or Solar versus Pig. There is still potential there. Likewise, Shameless still mid-series versus Epic. Likewise, Björn did take down Bomyoja, waiting for the winner of Shameless and Epic as well in the quarterfinals. Shin versus Nickrank has begun a very spicy series. Nickrank takes down Maples 2-1. Now facing off against Shin in that quarterfinals. Trap waiting for the winner of Geralt, Foxer, and Zero. Looks like the lower half of the bracket is slowly progressing. Looks like, yeah, it's going to take a little bit longer to get those matches underway. Important to take note, though, is that we are missing some of the Europeans that we typically expect to see. I'm referring to Clem and Max. Clem and Max are not here. We have Geralt and Nickrank at least, alongside Shameless. But the big European names are not here this time. Not this morning, at least. Here we go. So we're jumping into game 2. And we have our map. It is Amphion. Let's go. Nikachu. I did see Nikachu. True. I think. Could be mistaken. Yeah, I didn't. I'm blind. And here we go. We're jumping into that second game. And I'm curious, do we see another crazy build like a Cyclone Rush? What does our Terran player have for us? Aye. A Terran in the hands of a Protoss. Not like this. It's going to be disgusting. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amphion, we have the Australian Zerg player. Usually a caster, but does compete in these online Americas events. It is Pig. The pressure is on. We'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the American Terran player. Usually Protoss, but now off-racing as Terran, representing Virtus Pro. It is Estrella. Ooh, and Estrella, he's opening up with a proxy 2-racks. We have not just one SV, we have a second SV moving out across the map. Aye. Estrella is going to be committing with a proxy 2-racks. Meanwhile, back at home, Pig did open up, I believe, with a 15, or he went for an extractor trick. Just the initial extractor trick into Hatch first. So it's going to be Hatch gas pull out of Pig. Hopefully, does go for that standard opener. Meanwhile, Estrella is setting up with those racks. And now I assumed it was going to be proxy 2-racks. But my apologies, because there is a third SCV. It's going to be proxy 3 racks. Oh boy. So it's proxy 3 racks mass marine. The way this works here, we're going to be building up a marine count. We're going to be throwing down bunkers at the natural as well, and laying siege upon that expansion. And defending against this, I mean, a lot of it will come down to the scouting. Pig, the sooner he scouts this, the sooner he realizes what's going on, the better. Overlord does move out. The Overlord is going to be in position to scout the SCVs, so Pig will have a heads up. But he won't scout the proxy itself. So he's going to have to rely on his reaction to the SCVs and Marines. Overlord gets across the map. True, the initial Overlord scout is going to be a little bit faster. It does confirm the lack of racks back at home. Sees the ramp is empty. Spots the depot in its own. And already, that's a tell. You can see Pig controlling the Overlord. He's a little bit confused. He's trying to confirm. Does get eyes on the lack of CC. Now he knows. Now Pig should realize what's going on. Ooh, he's scouting with the drone initially, checking the ramp, or checking the cliff, sorry. Queens are on the way, and here comes the all-in. Estrella hunting down the Overlord initially. Bunkers are on the way. Overlord is going to go down. That is going to supply block Pig. Ooh. Overlord does fall. Boys are being pulled. Can Pig deny the bunkers? Oh, so far, the start stepping is it's a little bit too good. The boys being pulled. 2 drones go down. 3 drones go down. And there are so many Marines here. The surround. Up the toss. Oh, the Jukes! Estrella, calm down. He slips away. The Marines, they are looped up. There's only 1 SCV left. 2 SCVs went down, but the bunker, it looks like it will finish. It's going to be close. The Queen is going for the SCV. Bunker does complete. Aye. And Estrella, he's trading well. He does target down the workers. That's 12 drone kills. That is insane. 12 workers go down. Bunker is salvaged. And the Marines, they keep rallying in. It looks like Estrella, he's snowballing out of control. He's broken the natural. He has crippled the economy. He takes out every single Queen, and it's going to be a short series. GG, well played. Estrella will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. Whew. I see in the chat, did Estrella random? No. Estrella, he picked Terran for both games. Both games, Estrella did pick Terran, as he usually does whenever he off races like this. And congratulations, Estrella will take the series. Unfortunately, Pig, he took a big chance by pulling the boys like that to focus down the SCVs. It's a very committed response, and if he's unable to deny the bunkers, then it's a game then and there. The bunker did complete, and we saw so many drones go down. Pig, he invested quite heavily into saving the natural, and did pay the price for it. And alas, Estrella got too much damage, snowballed out of control. GG, well played. Estrella does take it. Again, Estrella was favored in this series, even with the off race. We have seen Pig cause upsets before. He has defeated Estrella's Terran, I want to say once or twice in the past. But not this time, unfortunately. Not this time. And unfortunately, we weren't able to really embrace a longer game. Estrella went for a wild build in game 1, rushing into Mass Cyclone. Here in game 2, going for the proxy. With that, GG, well played. And with that, we have our next series. Australia, he advances on into the quarterfinals, where he's going to be facing off against Solar in a PvZ. You know, Australia, he typically off races against the more semi-pro players or amateur players, but against a player like Solar, should be main racing. Should be picking that main race. Should be seeing that PvZ. Let's go. Here we go. As you can see here on the screen, we are setting up. We haven't been able to cast much Solar as of late. He has been taking some time off, did go on vacation after EWC, and of course, in the most recent news, you heard on the podcast that Solar is teamless. Solar did end up leaving Team Vitality a couple of days ago, or I would say a week ago at this point, just under a week, which was surprising. It was really surprising to hear that Solar left the team, especially considering that Solar did say that he's looking for a team as well. So Solar, he's looking for a new team. He still is looking to compete and represent, just no longer under the Team Vitality banner. So I do wish Solar the best of luck when it comes to finding a new team and representing. Again, he's still one of the best Zerg players in Korea and in the world, and is going to be favored coming in against Australia. He's going to be favored, but we'll see how this story does end, how it does conclude, as we can catch up on the rest of the bracket. Let's go, as we do have some updates here. We have, of course, our quarterfinals match. We have Solar versus Australia. Meanwhile, it looks like Shameless versus Epic is still mid-series. They are still locked in their match. Looks like that's being casted by Steadfast. Winner goes up against Beyond. That is the upper matches. Meanwhile, towards the lower half of the bracket, we do have some updates as well. We have Nickrat up against Shin in a best of 3. Trap still waiting for his opponent. Foxtrot and Zero, they're still mid-series? No shot. That is a long TBT. That's been going on for over an hour. Oh my god. It's been an hour and 20 minutes since the start of the broadcast, and they're still playing it out. Crazy. Okay. I mean, that's a TBT for you. That's oh my god. Okay, we just got an update. This just in. Zero takes out. Literally, we just got the update. Zero just took down Foxtrot 2-1 in a very long series. Went all the way to the ace match. We had a little late game between the two of them as well. And Zero is about to begin versus Geralt. Is about to begin. We have those updates. Meanwhile, looks like our players are still conducting their vetoes, so they need a little bit of time before Stray and Solar get ready. So it looks like we might just go on a short break. It should be a short one. It shouldn't take too long for our players to set things up. But we're going to be going on that short break, and when we return, we will have our ZVP. Well, we're getting there. We're getting there. See you guys soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that short break as we returned with the quarterfinals of the very first edition of the StegoMonday Cup number 1. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing himself, currently teamless, currently looking for a team, and deserving to be on one. It is Solar. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player finally playing his main race and picking Protoss for Virtus Pro. It is Estrella. And if you are in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat, as this can go either way. I am going to be favoring Solar here, but just a slight favorite, as Estrella has been posing a threat to other big Zerg players over the past couple of weeks. We've seen Estrella take maps off of Dark and even almost series. We'll see how he compares to Solar, though. See how he does compare. Solar going for a hatch gas full force, like the unnatural natural. Is setting up. Likewise, Estrella going for a gate expand as well. We'll be settling in from here. Estrella being as many as possible, trying to force some inefficient mining. Getting a read on the build itself. And then we can settle in. When it comes to Solar and, I mean, his different styles and his different even... demeanor compared to Dark, for example, and Shin as well. Solar, he is more macro-oriented. When I think of aggressive Zerg players, I think of Dark, I think of Shin, I even think of DRG at times as well. Solar can go for all-ins, don't get me wrong. We have seen that in the past. We have seen him commit into, especially on this map, 3 base all-ins. But for the most part, Solar does often go into the mid-game, does take a more macro approach instead. Which is going to be, I feel like, a little bit more ideal for Estrella. It means Estrella, especially because he's a more unorthodox player, can get into his own build of choice and force his opponent to react to him instead of the other way around. Where, again, we've been casting a lot of Estrella versus Dark recently, where Dark would very often opt to go for an all-in, and Estrella would have to scout to respond, to respect, and to defend. This time a different approach. Estrella opening up Robo. It's going to be Robo Opener. This can lead into a Disruptor drop. That's more what I'm leaning towards. But it could also be a bit of a more fringe build. We could see like Fast Immortal into another extra Gateway, into like 2 base Immortal all in. But for now, I'm leaning towards a Bay and Disruptors. But we'll see. We shall see. As a Stray, he does threaten the Shade. Dipping into the 3rd. So far, Solar is keeping up. And there's no extra gateways, there's no Forge, there's no Twilight Council. Robo's about to finish, and we should be throwing down that Bay. Going for the initial War Prism. War Prism is on the way. Overlord comes in for the Scout, does confirm, or will soon confirm the opener. Will soon confirm the tech. And there is no Bay with this. Okay, you have my attention. Going War Prism first. Sentry behind this. Adepts, they get eyes on the 3rd. Overlord's being hunted down. Immortal production has begun. It is going to be an Immortal based all-in. Okay, let's go. It's going to be Immortal production instead. Adepts are going to be trapped. They're going to try and shade away. One of them will go down. The other will be hunted down as well. I say that Prism does make it just in time. Forger +1, a Twilight Council all on 2 bases. Very interesting. Okay. So I assumed it was going to be an Immortal based all-in, but based on these tech structures, it looks like Estrella is going to be expanding. What I mean by that is, it's going to take a while for a +1 and for a Charge or Glaives or Blink to really kick in. These upgrades, they take time. So the game will progress, and I would imagine that Estrella is going to expand, but we'll see. +1 has begun. Wait, is this Twilight Council only for Temple Archives? Is it going Immortal Archon? There's the Gateway Explosion. Yeah, I mean, it looks like... Okay. I was gonna say it looks like a slow lord's all in, but no, it's gonna be charge. Charge is being researched. So this is so weird. it's such an offbeat all in. Just because it's gonna take a while to really get going. Prism taking a lot of hits, does get away. Gateways are finishing up, getting to our warp ins. So on the one hand, this all in is gonna hit a little bit later. True, it is gonna hit later, but it's gonna hit like a truck. We're getting up to what, 4? Soon to be 5? 5 immortals? Like, it's gonna be insane. On top of that, we have 8 gates. So it's gonna be that 8 gate all in. 4th immortal has arrived. Prism did survive as well. Getting back to the main army. Okay, not a 5th immortal, just getting the observer first. +1 is going to finish up by the time the army gets across the map. Charge is going to be later, that is true, but, I mean, slow lords can still be quite effective. So here we go, the all-in is coming. Solar back at home at building up Roach Ravager. Did drone up to 42. Respectable drone count. Didn't over-drone. Lings a threat and a counterattack. Australia does have the full wall. And this is where force fields are going to be king. Force fields are going to be so important to try to slice up the army, but Ravagers are ready. Ravagers are prepared. The Ling Rabbi does force the defensive warp in. Not much less across the map. Army poking forward. More zealots have arrived. Charge just finished. Solar keeping a cool head. So just reinforcing with more Lings, more Roaches, more Ravagers. Okay, it's all or nothing for Australia. Lings, once again, they hit the natural. Going for the production, going for the gateways. There's else to defend. Decent force fields. 2 Ravagers go down. Not bad. There's, what, 4 left. And once again, more Roaches get looked down as well. Zealots, they trade well. The Immortals doing so much in the back line. More Zealots have arrived. And here come the reinforcements. Some of them getting caught out, though. And the Sentries, they're running out of energy. They're running out of force fields. Oh, does Australia have enough? It looks like he barely might. Yeah, the Immortals are getting into the Ravagers. They're finally going down. Oh my god, the Zealots, they look down the Ravagers. They get surrounded. Boys are being pulled. They have to be, and GG gets called. It's just too much, and Australia takes game number 1. Whew. GG. A very interesting all-in out of Australia. Again, it's a bit of a later all-in, but does hit with 4 Immortals. That's insane. 4 Immortals, mass charge lots, of course, mass sentry. The force fields were brutal. So many Roaches and Ravagers were locked down, and Solar was picked apart. And with that, GG, well played. Solar, he cut workers, I want to say at a reasonable time. Like, he cut workers at 42. You could argue that because this all-in hits a little bit later, you could maybe argue that Solar could definitely drone a little bit harder as well. But at the same time, I imagine Solar doesn't often play against this. I imagine he doesn't often play against this kind of build, so knowing exactly how many workers and knowing when to cut and when to produce can be difficult to determine on the fly. Can be hard to really settle on. And now we're jumping into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. I'd love Solar to pick up, I'd love Liquid to pick up Solar if a laser moves onto Storm Gates. That'll be an interesting one. The problem is, I don't know if Team Liquid need another player. Considering how well they performed in WTL, and a laser he didn't play in the playoffs, if you recall. A laser he didn't play at all for Team Liquid in WTL. It was mainly Clem, Cure, and Skillus. Clem, Cure, Skillus, and Mana was kind of like the team captain. So, I don't know if they need another player. It would be cool, though. It would be really nice if Solar were to join them. Just to have a more well-rounded team. But I don't know if like the motivation or the incentive is there for them. We'll see though. Would be cool. As we're getting into our next game, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Site Delta, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing himself, currently teamless, but determined to be on a team. Down in the series though, can he bounce back and force the ace match? It is a Solar. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the American Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is Estrella. I think you only need that one player. True. Shout out to Skillus. Shout out to Nikita. Much love. Much love to Skillus. But most teams only need 3. They only need 3 players. But we'll see. Fingers crossed. Assuming there is another season of WTL. GG, what else can Zerg do in there? As I was mentioning before, I do think that Solar could have gotten away with just better saturation. Again, to facilitate for just a larger Roach army, a Roach Ravager army even. But that was just such an awkward build from Estrella. Like, I don't blame Solar for getting caught with his pants down there. Do not blame him. Meanwhile, once again, Gate Expand. So far, a standard opener here out of Estrella. But clearly, he's got builds, man. He's got builds. And that's what's so amazing about Estrella as well, is that he often does... He's often quite experimental. Does often explore other builds, some more efficient than others. Even that last one, for example, as well, is something that we do not often see. In fact, I haven't seen that at all. That can... Even like an Immortal 2-base all-in hasn't really been, I think, in the meta for a very, very long time. And we'll see if Solar can get a read on what Estrella is up to next time, here in Game 2. Overlord dips in. Solar going to be joining up. My pants are never on. You're an animal. Hi. Yeah. You can't get caught with your pants down if they're never on, Pappy. They're never on. True. Take them off. As the third base is on the way. But yeah, that is why often teams do have at least 3 players, again, to compete in WTL. That's why Vitality, for example, they had Solar, Ryung, and Maru. They had their trio, their 3. Upon losing Solar, though, and especially if there is another season of WTL, I would imagine Vitality will go for another player. I imagine they will pick up someone else to fill up that roster. Meanwhile, the Creep Tumor is denied. Behind this, Estrella going for a Void Ray opener. Interesting. Void Ray first. Into a third. So no kind of crazy 2-base all-in, but with this Void Ray opener, Estrella is going to be able to hunt down the Overlords and keep Solar in the dark. And after what just happened in Game 1, Solar, I'm sure, is going to be very paranoid as to what Estrella is up to. Again, this Void Ray can lead into a second Stargate, into a Fleet Beacon, into like a Tempest Rush, a Carrier Rush. It can lead into Twilight Council, into Glaive Adepts, or it can just lead into a standard game. The power of the Void Ray is just keeping Solar in the dark, and allowing Estrella to kind of move around more freely here with his tech. Wings, they get eyes on the third. Estrella does defend. Behind this, Solar joining up. He's going to be saturating. He's going to be an Oracle behind this. And Estrella has yet to commit to any sort of tech. There we go. Forge and Twilight Council. Plus 1 and Blink or Charge. Third base is about to finish. Estrella is settling in. Oracle hits the third. Queens are ready. Queens are in position. Solar does defend. So far, so good. Void Ray pokes in, but is denied. Solar going for a safety Roach Warren timing just under the 5-minute mark. Gases are being taken. And I'm more curious about the tech of choice here. Is it going to be Charge? Twilight Council is done. And Yeah, it is going to be +1 in charge. So there is going to be a timing. There is going to be a window with these upgrades finishing up. We'll see if Australia makes use of it. Temple Archives on the way for the Archons. And thankfully, Solar does have that Roach Warren. So he will have Roach Ravager to work with. He won't be caught out with purely Ling Hydra. We have seen Zerg players just topple over if they're a little bit too greedy. And we will have more of a back and forth. Stasis does catch the Queen. Not bad. Meanwhile, the Ling Rumbai did spot the Zealots. That is a tell. There's no reason for Zealots to be out here at this time. So Solar, he's seen enough to determine the Roach production. Or to determine the Zealot army to get into Roach production. So Roaches are on the way. +1 range as well. Solar is aware. Joining up to 3 bases, getting up to 68 workers. And you can see Solar is now focusing on Ling Roach production. He will have an army in time for Australia's move out. Yeah, with his Lings. Again, Solar playing very safe. Still making more Roaches. Lings, they get eyes on the army. Solar is still building up. And again, this time he has drawn up quite nicely. He isn't undersaturated like he was in the last game. Now transferring over, saturating his 4th. But you can see that he's still not droned up, still stuck at 68. Really respecting the timing here of Estrella. And Solar, he's going to have a lot of Roaches. Oh, flush transfuse. Solar saving the workers, let's go. Saves his drones, maybe loses 1. And Solar, he's on the cusp of maxing out, getting up to 170 supply. And here we go, here comes the push. He's maxing out on Roach Ravager. Meanwhile, Estrella's moving out, no Immortal production. It's going to be Chargel Archon. He can deny the 4th base, but can he protect his 3rd? The Immortal! The Immortal gets caught out. Is within range of the shield battery. We'll keep it alive. Oh, and we will embrace the base trade. Immortal goes down. Massive pickup. Immortal does fall. Hatchery falls as well. Estrella turns back around. And Solar, he's going for the 3rd. He's going for the kill. Overcharge gets spent. Gets wasted. Doesn't support the army. Estrella, he's out of position. And the 3rd base is going to fall. And from here, Solar, he can just back off or he can just keep going. He has options. Army does race back home. Solar, he can't fight this. Cutting against Zealots. Zealots are coming in for the surround though. Uh-oh. Solar, has he overextended? The surround comes in. The Ravagers go down. And Estrella, he catches out the army. He saves the base. He saves the expansion. He's still on 57 probes. Solar bleeding out far too much. Again, the Zealot surround was brutal. And with that, Estrella, he holds. And here the soup does lie. Solar, he might be up 30 army supply, but that doesn't matter. It's Roaches. It is an inefficient army. Estrella, he's holding his own. He preserves the Immortals, the Archons. More High Templar morphing in. Storm is done. Can I miss all that? Estrella losing 12 probes. Does still maintain his economy. Solar is remaxing. Estrella coming in with the run by. Distracting the main army, bringing Solar back home. Buying time. Yeah, Estrella just buying time to build up more Immortals. 2nd Robo's on the way. Immortal production well underway as well. For Estrella. Getting a 4th. The 4th is going to be quite exposed. It's going to be quite vulnerable. But Solar is getting ready for his 2nd attack, for his 2nd wave. Again, he's at 200 supply. He's maxed out. That is a lot of Storm, but Storm, that's not ideal against Roaches. First Storm does connect. Not bad. Does soften them up. There's how many High Templar behind this? There's 8. 8 High Templar. Roaches diving in. Storm's getting thrown down. Solar, he wants High Templar. He wants them. He goes for the dive. He takes so many storms to the face, though. Oh my god. Yeah, the storms are brutal. Once again, Estrella will hold, but it will cost him all his High Templar. Does save 4 of them, morphing them into Archons. There's a lot of High Templar going down. Runby does come in, but there are Roach reinforcements. Solar defense. Solar, he does defend. At the same time, warping into the main. Roach is also in position. Solar, he's everywhere. It's in the main. Outside the natural. Oh, but else finally they find damage here at the 4th. And drones are going down. A couple of worker kills. Estrella, the other important thing here is that he did save the expansion. Nexus is still up. He's getting back into his immortal production. And once again, even though Solar is max, Estrella has the more efficient army. We saw Estrella hold against a 200 supply army before. He can do it again. Does avoid the piles. Storms are coming in. Massive storm on the roaches. So once again they get into the mineral line. They don't quite get the queen. Almost. Distracting Solar. Storm once again zoning. And time is working against Solar. The longer this goes on, the worse it becomes for him. As Astray is catching up in supply. Solar pre-splitting, pushing up. Heading towards that 4th. Another storm going to be connecting the High Templar. They're so exposed. But they barely do survive. Oh my god, another massive storm. There's 2 High Templar left. 2 storms. Oh, Miles, they do graze the army. Storm once again connects. Here comes the Zealot reinforcements and Astray. He holds for a 3rd time. And he's done it. He's snowballing out of control. He breaks the main army and he can soon counterattack. That's a lot of immortals. And Solar's in trouble. Solar, he's in a lot of trouble. He's down in workers. He's down in economy. He's down in tech. +2 range has just begun. Solar, he never intended for the game to go on this long. He was supposed to kill Estrella like 5 minutes ago. Solar, he's been maxing out, but again, it's just been a subpar army. Estrella, he's got +3 compared to the +1 of these roaches. And outside of Estrella overextending, outside of him taking a bad fight, Estrella should be able to take this. Solar, he's getting ready for, what is this, round 3? Round 4? He's pushing in once again. Into a surround. Oh my god. Storm kicks in. The concave is brutal. Oh my god, the storms are insane. And Solar, he just can't gain any ground. For the first time in a long time, Estrella takes the supply lead. That's a terrifying sight here for Zerg. Trying to knock down those rooks, trying to head towards the 4th base. But alas, plenty of storms are ready for this. Solar tries to back in. Oof. Another storm connects and another! Oh my god, the storms, they just keep going! The storms, they rain down on the army. And they just keep coming. They don't stop. So many High Templar, so many storms. 9 High Templar in total. GG gets called and Estrella will take the series 2-0, will advance on into the semifinals. GG. GG, well played, congratulations. Estrella will take the series again. Solar, he was hyper all in. It was all or nothing for Solar. He maxed out like 3 different times with roaches, but over the course of the game, as time went on, it was getting worse and worse for Solar. His attacks were becoming less impactful. Estrella was trading very efficiently, again with Immortal Archon High Templar, with Storm. A very efficient army. It's small, it's a little bit fragile, but was able to hold its own. And GG, well played. Estrella did snowball out of control, does take it, does advance on. My condolences to Solar. Solar, especially right now, it's really important for him to perform well. Solar is currently teamless. He didn't end up leaving Team Vitality. He's an amazing player, but Estrella, he was on fire here tonight. Game 1 was wild. I don't want to put too much stock in Game 1 because it was just a really weird build. It's very unorthodox. For those who weren't here for it, Estrella, he went for a 2-base Immortal All-In, but a very delayed Immortal All-In, and Solar, he was just having a really hard time reading what was going on, and He was caught out. In game 2, it was more back and forth. Solar was able to max out, and it looked like Solar was going to break the third, if you remember, when there was a base trade. When Astray was across the map and Solar, he snuck in on the third base, he got a free Immortal, and then he got surrounded. Then he got surrounded by Zealots, and things went from bad to worse there for Solar. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Australia. And with that, we are getting ready for the semifinals. Somewhat. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is live. The bracket has been progressing. And let's try to catch up. From the top, though. There we go. From the top, we do have Astray. Astray, of course, in the semifinals. He's waiting for the winner of Bjorn and Shameless. They are mid-series in a TVP. Bjorn is going to be the favorite player. Best of luck, because they just got out of game. Oh, they just got out of game. I don't know if their series just concluded. Looks like it has not. We are jumping in mid-series. Okay, here we go. So we're jumping in mid-series, and Bjorn is leading 1-0. Bjorn is leading. Sorry, I'm just quickly setting up the players. Quickly setting things up. As we jump in, predictions will soon be open. Best of luck as we're leading into Oceanborn. Here we go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 1-0. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Red Protoss player, representing Twisted Minds. It is Shameless. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Bjorn is the favorite player, but this could still go either way. I want to believe in Shameless that we can bring this to the ace match. Just catching up. Just catching up in the chat. Oh, hello, Rally Heart. Hello. Hello, Popper, as well. Those storms are good here. The storms are pretty good. The storms were insane. I mean, on the one hand, the storms were insane. On the other hand, the sheer amount of High Templar. At times, Astray, he had 7. He went up to 9, almost 10 High Templar at one time. Just so many High Templar. So just the sheer quantity of storms was crazy. So he always had one available and was able to punish the all-in of Solar very hard. As a reminder, Solar was all-in. Somebody else got it. But yes, Bjorn is up 1-0. And here we go. We are going to be settling in. Shameless going for the Gate Cyber Expand, standard opener. Likewise, we'll be delaying the expansion at least a little bit, as Bjorn is attempting to go for the CC, but will be delayed. And I think is for slightly off-center. The CC is placed. And we're settling in. Are going to be settling in. Interesting. Bjorn opening up with the initial Reaper. We're going for a tech lab behind this. Looks like an initial Marauder. This has kind of fallen out of favor and fallen out of fashion. Not really too common at all to rush into Marauders anymore in this matchup. But the goal here is to catch out the first gateway unit. As there we go. Concussive Shell and Marauders are on the way. So ideally, Shameless is active. Ideally, Shameless moves out with the first Adept and even a Stalker. And if he does move out a little bit too much, if he's a little bit too aggressive here, he will be caught out. He'll be trapped by the Marauders, will be slowed down, and will bleed out a little bit too much, and Bjorn can snowball from there. So we'll see if Shameless is active with his army. Meanwhile, Bjorn scouting. Is going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Shameless. I believe Bjorn did confirm. Yep, did get eyes on it. Is going to be Blink. Shameless building up to 2 adepts. The first one gets across the map. The Marauder is about to be revealed. Shameless does spot them, and he should get the hell out of here. Yeah, Shameless, he gets away. Nice scout. He spots some Marauders, and he will have to back off. So Bjorn taking a bit of a chance in the end doesn't really pay for itself yet. As we mentioned before, ideally Bjorn would have been able to catch an adept or a stalker, but Shameless did play it safe. But at least Bjorn has these 2 Marauders to make use of in the mid game. As behind this is getting into his 3-1-1 setup. But now just 2 Raxes. Working towards the starport. And looking to get into some drop play. So the game will settle down. We missed out on game 1. We were, of course, busy with our previous series. And also for greater context as well, the winner of this series advances on to face off against Estrella. Estrella is waiting in the semifinals, waiting for either Bjorn or Shameless. Waiting for one or the other. The Widowmine is just waddling in. He's crazy. Widowmine does waddle into the natural. And does get trapped on the SimCity. Uh-oh. Widowmine shut up. Takes down a Stalker. Not bad. Not a bad trade. Gets a Stalker. Ideally, did want a mineral line, did want to get into some pro damage, but last was denied. Bjorn back at home is building up. There's that 3rd Rax on the way, as we did mention. Getting into some drop play. Medevac has arrived. And Shameless is opening up Blink into Colossus. The Bay is on the way. That is the Bay before the 3rd. So Shameless is going to be prioritizing his Colossus and Extinto Lance. We'll be going for a later expansion. Just playing it safe. Likewise, Bjorn trying to get a read on what's going on. Boosting into the main. For all he knows, it could be Blink into Storm. So Bjorn has to get a read on that tech. Spots the 3rd. Does spot the 3rd base timing. Bjorn knows it is a little bit later.
Complete.
Colossus production has begun. Bjorn has yet to dive in. As he's pushing towards the 3rd base, I mean, he did spot it. Knows it is vulnerable. Drop into the main. Spots the Bay as well. And now Bjorn knows. He's aware of what's going on. A shield battery is done, but Bjorn is going to try and knock down that 3rd base. Colossus isn't ready. It's a couple of seconds off. Ace Stim's in. Does go for the stim, goes for the dive, takes out the shield battery. Overcharge is denied. And this might just be too much. The Colossus does pop out, but is it enough? The Colossus has arrived. Bjorn is being forced back. And just in time, Shameless will defend at the same time, drop into the main. Shameless was ready for it. 2 probes go down. Bjorn still rallying across the map. Unable to break the 3rd. Shameless, he's holding. Spots the rotation. Shameless can keep up. 3rd CC on location. Shameless is getting to his 2nd Colossus. Is ready for the drop. Did spot ahead of time. And does deny it. Drop is denied. Shameless establishing his 3rd. It's getting saturated. Working towards the Forge, towards +1. Ooh, the Observer is sniped. It's going to be a little bit harder for Shameless to keep an eye on the main army. And Bjorn is going for the drop. Stalkers are still in position. They were left from earlier. Likewise, Bjorn going for a split push. 4th base is looking a bit exposed, but the probe does scout. And the Colossus will respond. Stalkers are still ready. Drop into the natural is denied. Bjorn's so quick to react as well. He saw the Stalkers. He was like, nope, I'm not going there. Not this time. He backs the hell off, pulls back, pulls away. And so far, Shameless, he is keeping up. His 4th is getting up and running. Colossus on the way. Getting to 3. Catching a Marauder, not bad. Shameless defends. Behind this, now getting into Disruptor production. Again, he's hit critical masses, hit 3 Colossus, that's all he needs. And once the Observer comes out, can get into those Disruptors. Likewise across the map, Beyond getting into Vikings. Because he's scouted, he's aware of the Colossus. Viking production is prioritized. Ghost Academy on the way for Ghosts. For EMPs. And is also building up. And we're getting into the mid game. Let's go. We're getting into a back and forth. We can sink our teeth into this, but the Marauder count is just so... It's so heavy here. So many Marauders. This is what Beyond is quite fond of. Just a very heavy bio army with mainly Marauder. It means he has a lot of dive potential. It means Colossus don't do as much damage to the army. He can't commit. Being knocked down. Shameless trying to get in position. He does spot the reinforcements. He is aware. Ghost has arrived. There's going to be 1 EMP. Oh, he wants a Disruptor. Up, dives in, and he gets it. First Disruptor goes down. No Nova. Better start here for Beyond. Army supplies are comparable, but the Disruptor count is still quite low. Second Robo is now done. You can see Shameless even has some supply in position to defend against a drop, but there is none. Oh, decent connection, takes down a Ghost. 1 Ghost goes down. Shameless keeping up. Beyond is going to be rotating over towards the right-hand side. Shameless in position. Observer gets spotted. And both armies are maxing out. Again, these fights will still go either way. A lot of it will come down to the control, will come down to the Disruptors. Beyond boosting into the natural. This time Shameless is not in position. He's not ready. His entire army here is towards the left-hand side. A job comes in, going for the Robos, catches a free Disruptor. And Shameless forced to respawn, forced to split. And here comes Beyond. He wants the Disruptors. He's gonna get them. He gets 1, he gets 2. A couple of Novas will connect. But Beyond, he breaks the main army, takes down the Disruptors, takes down the Colossus, and at the same time he drops into the natural. And Beyond is snowballing out of control. He has broken the 3rd. Looks like the natural's going to be defended. Shameless, he will hold on. He will hold. But what about the 3rd base? Beyond just trading too well. Took down most Disruptors. The drop is still active. Takes down both Robos. No more Disruptors. No. Yeah, the production is compromised. And Beyond is just pulling Shameless apart. GG gets called. And Beyond takes the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Very impressive play there by Beyond. For the most part, Shameless, he was keeping up. Like, I was very impressed. Shameless, he was going toe-to-toe with Beyond. He was keeping up with the drop play. He was getting into his 4-base economy. Both armies were maxed out. But as we saw, in one fell swoop, one misstep from Shameless cost him the game. I'm referring to, unfortunately, the moments where Shameless, he didn't have any vision on the map. His observers were getting sniped, so he missed the rotation. He missed the Doom drop into the natural, and that straight up won Beyond the game. It itself didn't kill his opponent, but it dragged his opponent out of position. It distracted Shameless, and it was in that moment, if you recall, where Beyond, he dove into the 3rd, and he sniped like 4 Disruptors and a Colossus. Like, he just pulled apart his opponents. He got on top of the production, and that was game. That was game then and there. It's a very decisive blow from Beyond, and with that, he does advance on to the semifinals. But a shout out to Shameless, because, again, even though it was a 2-0, even though Shameless went down, for those who are unaware, Shameless is an up-and-coming player from the European region. He's very young, he's 18 years old, and he has been improving a lot over the past year. He's kind of like the next generation of European pro, and he's been doing really well. He's been improving a lot, he's been getting better and better results, and even in this series, you know, That one mistake was it cost him the game, sure, but can definitely be proud of how he was able to play against Bjorn and able to take it to him. GG. GG, well played. Much love to Shameless. But congratulations to Bjorn. As we're getting ready for the next series. As we are getting ready for the semifinals. It's going to be Bjorn versus Estrella. Let us go. Meanwhile, it looks like Geralt did take down 0-2 to 0. Geralt, he's up against Trap in the PvP. Winner goes up against Shin in the lower semis. But we are focusing on the upper semifinals. We're focusing on Bjorn versus Estrella. Depending on how fast the series is, we could follow this into... Sorry, we might be able to cast the lower semis as well into the grand finals. But we are nearing the end of the brackets, nearing the end of the tournament. We have 2, maybe 3 series remaining. We're getting there. And I'm looking forward to this rematch. For those that are unaware, last week, Bjorn faced off against Estrella, and Estrella actually took down Bjorn. Actually did defeat him earlier last week in, I believe it was Tenacious Turtle Tussle. They did face off. Estrella came out on top. It was a very intense series, and Estrella did take the win there. But we'll see if Bjorn can get his revenge. We'll see if Bjorn can recover and bring Estrella down. We'll see. We shall see. Until then, though, it looks like our players need some time. Looks like vetoes are underway. So we do have a short break. We're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we will have our semifinals. See you soon. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the StegoMonday #1 semi-finals, or semi-finales, Papu. We're nearing the end of the bracket, the end of the tournament. We've reached the top 4. And here we have our top 2 players from the upper half of the bracket. We have spawning in the top right-hand corner of Post Youth, the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Byun. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is Estrella. Here we go. The rematch is upon us. Last time these two faced off, it did actually go in favor of Estrella. So we'll see if Byun can get his revenge. We'll see if Estrella can repeat himself, can repeat his success, and do it again. For now, though, if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It's time to get your gamba going because predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Place your bets on who you think will advance on to the grand finals. Best of luck. Best of luck? Predictions? Hold up. Hold up. I may have messed up. Hold on. I might have accidentally forgotten to close the last prediction. Yeah. Okay, there we go. As we are settling in, game 1 is going to be here on Post Youth. It's going to be a gate expand into Cybercore. A bit of a more greedy opener here out of Estrella this time, which makes sense on a map like Post Youth. You can cut corners. Likewise, Rax expand out of Byun as well. Economic openers. Estrella slightly more greedy than normal. But outside of that, everything is looking as it should. Meanwhile, if you're in the chat, bam, we got you. There we go. Predictions are now finally open. Do apologize, I forgot to close the previous predictions. So, these ones are now open. Place your bets. Best of luck. Let's go. Let us go. I would not be surprised if this goes to the ace match. Would not be surprised if this goes all the way to game 3, but again, the pressure is on our players. As the initial Reaper is moving out across the map, slipping into the main. We'll slip into the main base, going for the mineral line. Probes are under fire. Estrella forced to pull away. Stalker has arrived, and Estrella won't lose any workers. We'll lose some mining time, but won't lose more than that. As Byun is forced back behind this, Byun is going 3cc. Again, he's very fond of this build, specifically on maps like Post Youth, on maps like Side Delta. This should not be a surprise to you. It should not be a surprise to Estrella either. So 3cc, 3 racks out of Byun. A very greedy build, considering the natural isn't even done as the CC is on the way. Very greedy. And can Estrella punish this? That is the question. So far, Twilight Council, I do like this. Twilight Council into Blink. If Estrella does respond for Gate Blink Stalker, then he can overwhelm and just shut Byun down. Byun even going for the eBay before the 3rd racks as well. So being as greedy as possible. The hyper greed here by Byun. If he gets away with it, he's going to run away with this game. Like, it's going to be insane. If he gets his 3rd base up and running, if he gets it saturated, the pressure is on Estrella. This is moving out across the map. Headed towards the main. And Estrella should be able to confirm. I say that the Marines are trying to get in position. Byun looking for that hallucination. Trying to deny the scouts. Hallucination does get eyes on the eBay, on the 2 Raxes. We'll skirt around the edge, and we'll get eyes on the CC as well. So Estrella knows. He's fully aware of the build. How does he respond? Fast 3rd base. Okay. So 2-gate Blink into a 3rd economic follow-up here by Estrella, which means he will not be able to punish this. I do actually favor Byun in this position. This build from Estrella is quite economic, yes, but it's relatively standard. It's not greedy. I would not go that far. Byun's is. Like, Byun is cutting corners. Byun is being greedy. As Byun even delays his 3rd racks for the upgrade that we did mention before. 3rd racks now on the way. Factory as well. Working towards Stim. And now suddenly the pressure is on Estrella to try and slow down the push. Punishing the build isn't quite possible anymore. But he can pick away at the Marines, pick away at the Medivacs. Behind this, going for the Bay after the third expansion. That is risky. Does mean his Colossus production is going to be delayed. Play Colossus. Did lose a caster, I think. Not too familiar with him. Nation gets eyes on the rest of the follow-up. Gets eyes on the bio. +1 is finishing up, and now Beyond can break out. He breaks out of his 2-base setup. Stalkers, they have to get the hell out of here. They get 1 Marine. 3rd base now going to be taken. And Beyond will soon be able to sustain this army with medevacs. Oh boy. Medevacs are on the way. 3rd base is about to be up and running. And I am quite concerned here for Estrella. It's going to be a tough hold for the Protoss. It's not going to be easy.
Ready for dust off.
Medevacs have arrived, and now Beyond can move out. Estrella catching a Marine. Oof. A Marine for a Stalker. Not the best trade. Does pick up a Marauder towards the end. Better pick up there for Estrella. Sentries ready. The expansion is exposed. And the goal base is going to be denied. There's no saving it. It's going to be cancelled. Beyond can keep going. Estrella supply blocks. Ooh, now's not the time. We get some decent force fields. Estrella blinking in. He's crazy. Blinks in. Bleeds out the Stalkers. Yeah, brutal trade there for Estrella. He's going to try to hold on. Meanwhile, the Concave in favor of Beyond. Takes down the Marauders. Takes down the Stalkers. Going for the Colossus. Doesn't quite get it. Estrella does hold, but it costs him an expansion. It costs him so many gas-intensive units. That was 7 Stalkers and an Immortal going down and all 3 Sentries. And the problem is, because it was 3 CC, Beyond his economy is booming, and Beyond is remaxing. He's rebuilding. He only lost Marines and Marauders. It was a cheap army. Beyond can sustain those losses. Estrella less so. At least he preserved the Colossus. Now he's up to 2. 2 Colossus. Soon to be working towards a 3rd. Beyond breaking out. The main army is spotted. Estrella rotating. Getting in position. Does spot the Doom Drop. Forcing the unload. But that won't stop Beyond. Beyond, he picks up, he's going again. And Estrella will spot this. He does confirm. We'll try to keep up. Oh, Prism gets caught out. And you can see the Estrella who was forced to recoil is being pulled apart. Yeah, Beyond, he's just swarming over Estrella here with just Mass Marine Marauder. As he has taken the supply lead, 4 CCs on the way. But Estrella, he's holding, he's keeping up. Defends the 4th, gets it up and running. Not bad. Spotter pylon going down. Estrella getting in the 2nd Widowmine. And Beyond will back off. Estrella, he's surviving. He's holding. Gets his 4th from here, can work towards disruptors. There we go, first disruptors on the way. We should soon be seeing extra gases and a 2nd Robo. There it is. 2nd Robo is in production. There's the 2nd gas guy, another gas geyser here at the gold. Estrella is building up. He's getting there. Beyond is going to be the first to max. Meanwhile, he's also in position. He's ready at the expansion. So I'll say Drew dive in. They go for the SCVs. Workers are falling at the same time. The main armies do clash. Get some decent force fields, buying time. Lost swipes going up. Ooh, takes the Widowmine to the face. Leading out Stalkers. Well, Estrella, he does have eyes on the army. Nova's going to be going off. Up. Doesn't quite connect. A little bit too premature. Nova doesn't go off. Beyond pushing forward, forces the overcharge. At the same time, Zealot Rumbai does get into the mineral line. A couple of SCVs are going down. Oh god. 4 SCV kills. Committing, Nova goes off, doesn't quite connect, just barely not. Planetary's up and running. Zealot Rumbai is denied. Stray does try to rotate between the bases. Beyond going for a Doom Drop is spotted. Oh. Stray does have a recall and is forced to recall back home. Beyond does force Stray back. Stray trying to collapse on the main army. Does rally everything over. The army is spotted. Cannons are on the way. This is Stray just walling up. Getting a ring of cannons to protect its gold. Is spotted. Stray responding with Mass Zealot. But Beyond is going to be boosting into the main. And there's a massive opening. And the recall's on cooldown. Not like this. Estrella heavily out of position, forced to respond. Shield battery goes down. Yanni does get a handful of workers, takes down the cannon. The sea of zealots have arrived. But it's going to be a very efficient trade here for Beyond. Does lose a full medevac though. Not bad. Full medevac goes down. Never goes off. Doesn't connect. Stray is responding. More Disruptor goes down. Big pickoff. Colossus as well. Yeah, brutal losses here for Australia, but he's diving in. He's at least trying to. Zealots, they chase down the Ghost. They do pick up a couple of them. Not bad. Ghosts are going down. At the same time, Australia did lose his Colossus. Colossus were cleaned up. Beyond behind this is going to be remaxing on Liberators. Fusion Core's on the way for Liberator range. Is thinking about it. And Estrella may have lost too much. Drop goes back into the main. Estrella once again out of position. Once again not ready for this. Upgrade is denied. Nova overshoots. Getting a Ghost. And Beyond once again just abusing this position. He just keeps dropping. Just over and over again. Dropping into the main. And Australia just can't stop it. Just unable to spot it even. Beyond is remaxed. Drops back in. Recall is available. No, never mind. No energy. There we go. Recall here towards the natural. It will finish. Disruptor goes down. Still a better trade here for Beyond. And Australia's being pulled apart. It's just a little bit too much. Massive EMPs. Storm isn't done anyway. And Beyond, he will break the center base. The gold is going to go down, and Beyond can just keep going from here. Australia does have a Zealot Rumbai, which can get damage down, but it's too little too late. Mineral line is going down, but Beyond gets 2 expansions. 2 mineral lines instead. 32 probes. 36 probes even. And Beyond snowballing out of control. Too many losses here for Australia. He's all in. It's all or nothing. He's got 2 Disruptors, 2 Colossus, a good amount of Zealots. Movers do connect. Decent connections. Stray, he's down, what, 50 army supply? Or 50 supply in general. Down to 26 workers, barely an economy, as long as this is mining. Again, Stray was able to hold his own, but yeah, this natural base was just so abusable here for Bjorn. Just non-stop drop play. Pulling Stray apart. Stray gonna be regrouping. Storm is now done. I mean, Storm is it's good. Storm can be amazing, but we're gonna need the most perfect storms here for Estrella. Problem is we have Marauders. They can tank storms to the face. They can take it. Stray does trade with the army. Beyond going for another counterattack. Potentially once again another drop. Not again. Beyond does stim in. Takes down a High Templar. Trading with the Zealots. CranKy back. Beyond is just stimming into the main as well. No fear. And even if this army gets cleaned up, he's still trading well. Beyond breaks through, takes down all the Zealots, the Stalkers. EMP's the High Templar. And GG gets called. There's just too many losses, and Bjorn will take game number 1. GG. Bjorn will take the first game. Estrella was able to hold his own at least until the drop play got out of hand. Time and time again, Bjorn just abusing that main base, dropping over and over again, and Estrella just wasn't able to stop them. Wasn't able to deny them. At least not once he lost his spotter pilots. At least not then. Meanwhile, it looks like we have an update. It looks like Trap has taken down Geralt 2-0, and we have a PvZ between Shin and Trap in the lower half of the brackets. They're currently facing off on the Korean server in the lower semis. So they are mid-series. But we'll see how this story ends. Well, it looks like our players are asking for a break. Makes sense. I mean, it's getting hot, it's getting heavy, it's getting intense, Pappy. And Astray, he's asking for a moment. So we're more than happy to give it to him. When it comes to Shin versus Trap, I believe that's being casted by potentially Enki. I think, yeah, Enki is covering that series. In Spanish. And they're in game 1. Okay, they're currently in game 1. Which means, depending on how fast this series is and this game is, we might be able to jump in mid-series. It's possible. Might be able to catch the tail end of Shin versus Trap. But now they're just focusing on game 2 of Beyond versus Estrella. And again, the pressure is on. This time we're going to be loading into a much more standard map. We're done with post-youth. We're done with the nonsense that can be that map. And we're instead loading into Oceanborn. Let's go. You can hear the beeps. We are jumping on in. Buenas noches, amigo. Ajá, buenas noches, papi. Buenas noches. Good to see you. Bienvenidos. Bienvenidos, papi. Are loading in. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 1-0. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is Australia. We go. As Bjorn is going to be moving out across the map real quick with that SCV. And he has options. He will most likely come in. Okay, he's coming in for a scout. I was going to say most likely moving in for an eBay block at the natural. as Beyond does skirt around the edge of the map. But he's actually rallied into the natural base. So this is just a way to get an economic lead early on, as the SCV has arrived, and the eBay is being thrown down. Now, depending on how late Estrella scouts the natural, if it's a little bit too late and if there's too much progression on the eBay, then he's going to be forced to expand elsewhere, at the triangular third location. On this map, there's only one third base option. The linear third is very exposed and very vulnerable. It's just not typically worth it. Estrella does check. And yeah, Estrella is going to be forced to expand elsewhere. Oh, never mind. Sorry, he is making the Zealots. Okay. So Estrella is going to be going for a delayed expansion and is forced to invest into a Zealot early on. Meanwhile, across the map, the probe does get locked in. Estrella confirming the build. Does recall the probe to safety. Just barely. From here, the game will continue. I mean, this is still good damage from Beyond. He's going to be canceling the eBay. We'll get that refund. And it does force just a more inefficient opener out of Estrella. You know, delays the expansion, delays the probe production as well, forces out a Zealot. Denies some mining time. Not bad. Okay, we're good. Meanwhile, behind this, we do have a more standard follow-up. It's going to be a Rax Factory Expand into Starport. This time, there's no crazy fast 3rd CC. As a reminder, last game, Beyond did open up 3CC 3-Max, or I should say 3CC into a fast eBay into +1 into a 3-1-1 setup. But did just go for a very greedy, very, crazy build last game. Very risky, that's what I was going for. This time, less so. I do apologize, I'm a little bit out of it. I'm a little bit fatigued. I got like 4 or 5 hours sleep today. I tweeted out, or I posted even in Discord earlier, how this event suddenly began. Like, it was like this wasn't necessarily the most planned tournament, so I didn't know what was happening. I knew that there was no Ursasaurus Cup, but I wasn't sure if there was going to be a replacement tournament. So last night I stayed up a little bit longer than normal, and so this morning I'm woken up by like notifications on my phone, like, oh, there's a cast. It's like, okay, I guess there is. So a little bit more fatigued than normal, but it's fine. It's fine. As the drop has arrived, gets superb so far. The army is going to be forced back. Medevac does escape. Behind this is going to be Blink. Twilight counts with the Blink. Just 2 gates. So it looks like 2-gate Blink into... Oh, I was going to say 2-gate Blink into a 3rd, but it looks like Estrella, he does prioritize gases, and he will be taking up first before expanding. So 2 gateways into a bay, into a 3rd Nexus. With this, Estrella will have slightly faster Colossus. He's working towards the Colossi. Observer moving out, we'll get eyes on the 111, sorry, the 211, and more importantly, get eyes on the researching tech lab. So Estrella, he is aware of the Cloak Banshees. Now, unfortunately, he wanted to use the Robo to produce the Colossus, of course, because there's Cloak Banshees on the way that will have to kind of disrupt and delay the Colossus, as he only has... Oh, never mind. I was going to say he only has the 1 observer, but he does have a 2nd observer out on the map as well. Yeah, 2nd observer in the main, so he's okay. Should be fine. The observer, sorry, the Banshee is spotted. The 2 Banshees do meet up. is ready. First Colossus pops out. So far, so good. You see Estrella trying to hunt down those Banshees. Looking for them. Beyond playing it safe. Does skirt around the edge. And Estrella is still looking for them. He wants the Banshees. Spotter pylons towards the right, the main army towards the left. Still building on more Colossus, and Beyond is going for a third CC. So he's not going for a 2-base all-in, is expanding, is taking a third. And that means we can calm things down. Means we can build up and head towards the mid-game. As the Banshees, they are barely spotted by the pylon. Curious if Estrella did notice. Getting in position. Cloak Banshee's going for the sentries. Ooh, but there is detection. One sentry goes down. Oh, he wants another. He gets it. He gets all three. 3 sentries for 2 Banshees. Not the worst trade for Byun. I'm sure he wanted a little bit more. Oh, but that does mean that force fields won't be available. Oh, no force fields to slow down the army. Shuggling here out of Byun. Let's push forward. Catching the observer. See Estrella trying to respond with a Dark Shrine. Bold move. See if he can get there. Beyond, he does push through the center. His goal here is to distract the main army. Double jump towards the left hand side. Headed towards the natural. There's one cannon in position. Just a cannon though. Estrella does respond in time. He pulls away. Robo's under fire. The Robo is going to go down. Massive pickup. Beyond, he picks up. He gets away. Consolidating his forces. Just 2 Colossus to defend. No Immortals, no Disruptors. Beyond, he doesn't go for the kill, he pulls back. I don't blame him. The 4th base was delayed. So he retreats for now, calms things down. We'll just build up. Meanwhile, the Dark Shrine is done. DTs are waddling in. We have 1 DT towards the natural, 1 DT towards the 3rd, and the War Prison towards the main. And the DTs, they are getting damage done. Getting up to 8 SCVs. First DT does fall. Oh, the scan takes down 2 Dark Templar. A little bit mistimed there from Estrella. More scans being spent. The DTs are going to be shut down, but not before killing 12 SCVs. And getting even more. Getting 13. 13 SCV kills, forcing another scan. It's been okay damage. It's okay. Hasn't been bad. 13 SCVs. What was that, like 4 scans? And again, Beyond was forced to stay at home to defend. So his move out was delayed. Estrella stabilizing. First Disruptor has arrived. Let's go. Disruptor has made it. Beyond going for a Doom Drop. He's in position back at home. And now he's going for the 4th. Estrella, he's ready for this though. He's in position. Does deflect. Meanwhile, at the same time, a shout out to Express Karma in the chat. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. And welcome. Welcome to the semifinals of the StegoMonday #1. It is a new tournament series. I mean, I say series, it could be one. Depends on when the off-season does conclude. But a shout out to Proto Stegosaurus for hosting this event, for organizing, and for running it. Big shout out. Very passionate fan of StarCraft. Very passionate fan. And the Samai's force was going to throw down. Nova goes up. Big connection. Estrella popping up. Well, second over, less so. Does miss the main army. But regardless, a better start to the fight. Estrella's maxed out. Beyond still on 3 bases. But even though the army is maxed, Estrella, what kind of army composition is he working with? It's mainly Zealots. Mainly Zealots. Only 2 Disruptors. Only 2 Colossus. Just very minimal splash damage for Estrella. He's got 34 Zealots. My god. That's a lot of Zealots. And Estrella can try to collapse in. +3 is on the way. Yeah, now establishing his 4th. Scan reveals the Zealots. Converging over in time. Nice EMPs. Straight pulling back. Shaving off some units. But Beyond does hold. Beyond it does hold. And with that, Beyond is also going to be able to max out. Getting to a heavy fire composition with Ghosts. 3 3s on the way. +1 ship weapons. No liberated production yet. He doesn't need it. And again, I'm still really concerned about the low disruptor count. Catches out some of the bio. But I'm still feeling just really uneasy about the main army. There we go. Stargate's on the way. Estrella is thinking about Sky Toss. Does have a bank. Storm is almost done as well. But he has no High Templar gathering energy. Just now warping one in. It's kind of an awkward game state. It looks like Estrella almost wasn't really anticipating this to progress the way that it has been. He wasn't ready for Beyond to be this defensive. So now Estrella is teching, but the tech does feel a little bit late. It feels like Estrella has been stuck with an army that he just hasn't really been able to use. It's a Viking. Snipes a Ghost. And because that, I feel like if Beyond ever decides to move out, he can take it to Estrella. Like, he can't fight this. Estrella slipping into the main. Be able to unload, but the prism goes down. Prism goes down. More Stargates are on the way. Scan reveals all the Stargates, so Beyond's fully aware. And what I'm emphasizing here is that Estrella needs time. Estrella needs time to get into all these Tempests, and Beyond is aware. Beyond is fully aware of that Skytoss transition. Getting into +2. Advanced ability, or we do have Liberated range on the way as well. The non-stop scans. Beyond confirms the Tempest. And Estrella knows that he knows. Still stuck with this army. Estrella, I'm sure he wants to trade. I'm sure he wants to free up some supply. As Beyond just has to focus on Viking and Ghost production. Just to make sure he has those EMPs ready. And Stray just hasn't really been able to find any damage here. Okay, does poke in through the center, but there are tanks in position. Beyond does respond. Beyond establishing a 5th expansion, which is a terrifying thought. But Stray, he hasn't really been able to apply any pressure. He's been patrolling, but not much more than that. Yeah, he's ready for the Stellar run by. Does defense. We have Neo Steel frames on the way. High sec auto tracking. All the upgrades. Beyond is walling up. I do still stand by. I said like, what, 5 minutes ago that I feel like Beyond could have moved out and could have broken Estrella. This was back when Estrella had 2 disruptors. But last Beyond he played it safe. He got a 4th, and now we're reaching a far later game state here. Strap yourselves in. It's we're walling up. We're slowly cutting the map in half. We have walls of cannons and shield batteries being set up here at the 4th, at the 5th, at the 6th base even. All the expansions. ¿Por qué los dos? This is just designed to buy some time. Storms are coming in. Oh my god, massive storms. Shuts down the fire. They get a ghost. And we're even leapfrogging forward with the cannons and shield batteries. Ah, no. We've seen this before. The slow siege here from Estrella. Leapfrogging forward here with the side defense. Turning it into the static attack. Let's go. Setting up these outposts. I mean, Beyond is doing the same, but soon to be with planetaries. True. Setting up something similar. Setting up. Yeah, orbitals are morphing in, +3 air attack, more liberators. Beyond is at least being somewhat active. And some of these fringe bases have yet to be taken. Beyond does want the mothership. Oh, it does force a recall. Oof, and yeah, this army is going to be cleaned up. Recall is on cooldown. That is something that Beyond can make use of, but doesn't really have much counterattack potential. Loses the triple drop. Astray, he does not get eyes on the new would-be expansion. Is that the mother? I was like, was that the mothership? As Astray is actually taking a base over his opponent. Taking one of Beyond's expansions. It's taking it. Astray pulling away. Getting into more Tempest. In total, it is how many? It is going to be 6 Tempest for Estrella. I'm still a little bit concerned about the lack of disruptors. It is only 2. Lightning Storm's coming in. Templar goes down. Yeah, 2 disruptors, 6 High Templar. So Estrella relying a lot more here on Storm instead. Scan reveals expansion. I don't think Beyond was actually aware of this base, but now he knows. Rhea has a decent bank. She has a bank to work with. Let's get caught out. Estrella just throwing away more probes, freeing up supply. Expansion is going to go down. And Estrella just can't really do much to save this. Coming in from behind. Nova goes off. Up. Good connection. If only we had more Novas, just saying. it's only 2. Feels so greedy. Stray is setting up. Mothership is ready. Can go for the recall. Nuke in the center of the map. Clearing up the side defense. Sentries, they try to save it. Up! Can they? Ghost goes down! And the nuke is denied just barely. Whew. Denied. Zealous, they do get himself to the tank. Taking down the turret. I do favor Beyond here as the initiator. Jesus, how many Vikings does he have? He's up to 24 Vikings. He will annihilate the Skyjaw's army. What about the ground toss? That's the real question. What about the army on the ground? Straight sniping a couple of those Vikings. Not bad. Coming in. Straight pulling back. I kind of want to see Beyond also throw down turret lines as well. I'm a little bit surprised we haven't seen that as he's taking top right. More live shots going up, getting a Viking, getting a live. Temper shots, I mean. Meanwhile, Nuke, it looks like it will connect. Up! Yeah, Nuke is going off. Takes down some of the cannons. Beyond looking to gain ground. Northern expansion is being taken. And again, you can see the power here of the Tempest, just getting some free Vikings. Down to 13 Vikings from 24. Cutting the Viking count in half. And again, just really efficient trades out of Estrella. EMP going up. Estrella holds his own. Well, meanwhile, the Zello, he will get a kill in the CC. Tempest moving forward. Beyond out of position. He's going for the base trade. And Beyond, he's run out of patience. CC did burn down. And Beyond is setting everything right down mid. He thinks about it. Going for the nuke. Oh my god. Ghost gets denied. Beyond turns back. Getting thought about committing, but alas, it was a little bit too late. So back up to 27 Vikings. Up! Has built back up. Rotating once again. Still looking for a way in. Meanwhile, the Stray's got 333. It's got all the upgrades. Beyond is still getting there. Working on +3 vehicle weapons. Sorry, vehicle plating. Straight poking forward. Now, what's important here, even though Estrella has a massive bank, he's got 11k, 9k. Like, his bank is insane. Despite that, bearing in mind, it does take a long time to rebuild Skytoss. So if Bjorn takes a very decisive fight, if he takes a very decisive engagement, he can snowball out of control and just keep breaking bases. He can just get out of hand and go into the main, camp the production. Things can go south real quick as, oh my god, the storms are insane. It shuts down the mineral line, tendencies go down. Oh, gets a big EMP. That's a Tempest. That's a 1 Tempest going down. The mule hammer is real. That's a lot of mules. Spinny does mule the fresh expansion. We're running out of resources on the map. You can see the mineral line is mined out. Initial 4-base setup. Astrea still out trading. Remember, Astrea, he was kind of born in the flames of the NA region with Neeb, with Scarlet. He's ready to embrace a 40-minute game if need be. Don't test him. Astrea, he'll do it. He'll like it. Relation does connect. Vikings, oh, diving in. Gonna be denied, and nuke goes up. See another nuke here towards the south. Observer goes down. Getting good trades here from Bjorn. Didn't catch the transfer workers. Oh, EMP goes up once again. And you can see the Vikings, they're hungry for a fight. They want it. And yeah, this time we just rally in. Bjorn, he's gonna commit. Storms are going up. Vikings, they should clean up all the Tempests. And is there another storm? Are there any disruptors? As Bjorn, he will break through, takes out every single disruptor, denies the Novas, one after the other. Good storm, as all reinforcements are coming from behind. Astrea will hold. And Astrea, what does he remax on? But now, Tempest. He's making 6 Tempests at a time. That's a lot of Tempest. Bjorn pulls away. Meanwhile, Stray has broken the expansion again. He was able to remax that much faster. Had the better bank. Now, Astrea's remax is with mainly gateway. It's just purely gateway units. It's just Mass Stalker Zealot, which is why Astrea rebuilds so quickly. And Bjorn needs time. More time. Leading out of CC. Astrea can't try to go for another. Oh my god, the storms are brutal. Storms are coming in. Templar have arrived. Mass snipe. I'm gonna say Tempest had arrived. The Tempest, they're back. Prison rallies in. Bjorn gaining ground once again. The Tempest are trading just so well, so efficiently. And Astrea, he should be able to take this. He does leap forward. I say that the EMPs are once again brutal. Vikings, they go ham. They shut down the Tempest. And it looks like Bjorn, he will take the fight. Takes down every single Tempest. Vikings are low, but it's barely enough. Up. I say that more Tempests are coming in. Astrea plummeting in supply. And Astrea, he needs to rebuild. He needs to remax. Does have that bank. Losing the expansion. Josh goes up. He wants that northern expansion. Catching two of those Vikings. Still a very tense fight. Astray, he still has to rebuild though. He has to remax. He's making two disruptors at a time. Only two robos. He's not really set up for this. Yeah, he will claim the expansion. He's running out of money, by the way. Like, Astrea still has an economy, still has saturation, or still can saturate. Beyond lesser. Astrea has been burning through his mineral bank at least. And the shots are going us. Minus 300, minus 300. The storm once again on the Vikings. Big storm's going up. It looks like there's two storms left. Soon to be three. Yeah, just really careful play here from Astrea. Has to take it slow. Beyond getting another expansion up and running. Beyond that has the greater mineral lead. That I was not expecting. But how many? 25 Vikings. Nova's going up. Ooh, massive connections. Uh-oh. Beyond running into the storm as well. Nice EMP. No storms left, but here comes the ground army. Yeah, Beyond bleeding out far too much, taking Novus to the face. Storm on the Vikings. Beyond pulling back to the safety of those Tempest. Sorry, of those Liberators, but the Tempest have arrived. They can target down the Vikings. Target down everything, actually. It does feel like Astrea should have done it from here. He should have broken his opponents, but Beyond, he has mining, he has saturation. He's rebuilding. The splits. Oh my god. For every split that we get, we do have a massive storm as well, though. Astrea is still just outpacing his opponent. Expansion fully saturated. Just going down. And even though Astrea has been trading better, he has burned through his mineral bank. He has plenty of gas, don't get me wrong, but not too many minerals to work with anymore. Beyond is still in this. As long as he has that fresh expansion. I say fresh. Ooh, down to 4 patches. Ooh, oh my god. The Novas. Nova goes off. Beyond late to react. Are going down. Snipes going up. Young committing once again. Oof. Novas don't connect. Novas barely throw, but Young does overextend. Leading out goes. And look at how many sheer Archons there are. The Archon count is insane. Storm here on the Vikings. The army blinks forward. Archons pushing through. And the Liberators are finally going to be cleaned up. Novas don't connect though. Not quite. Oh. I spoke too soon. Better connection towards the end. Beyond stimming in. A lot of this will come down to the spellcasters. The Vikings are that much less effective. You can see Beyond, he has a comparable army size, but the Vikings, there's not really much for them to do. There's no Tempest yet. They're coming. Oh, no, oh my god, that was the connection. GG gets called as Beyond takes it to the face, and we are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. Oh my god. What a way to end the game with a massive Nova going off. Cleans up the entire army, and just like that, we're going to the ace match. Let's go. We're going all the way to game 3. Whew, GG. That was a 36-minute game. Oh my god. I was falling apart, Pop. I was falling apart. Okay, we're good. Let's go. Game 3. Alcyone. Oh my god. Actually, un momento. Our players are asking for a moment. Fully understandable. Our players are asking for a small break. To understand it. And I'm gonna quickly get something to drink as well. Hold on, I'm just catching up with the chat. I can't believe they're both broke now. I mean, yeah, they mined out the entire map. They spent their banks as well. Very close game towards the end. No. And we'll need a moment. We'll need a moment. I'm gonna go try and get something. Try and get a pick-me-up. So we'll be back soon for the grand final, for the ace match of this series. See you guys in a couple of moments. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you were able to enjoy that break, as we did need a moment. We did need a bit of a reprieve in between these matches as we are jumping into the ace match and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone. We have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Beyond. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Virtus Pro. It is Estrella. Okay, we're good. We are good. Again, that was an intense game number 2 when the distance here between Estrella and Beyond, the entire map was mining out. The players were broke. It went the distance, but Estrella did barely come out on top. Has forced the ace match, and are we ready to do that all once again? We're loading into Alcyone, a very large map, a lot of bases to be taken. We could end up in a similar scenario. Similar, but not quite the same. The map is a little bit larger, it's a little bit more spread out. Not as congested. But we'll see. We'll see how our players will approach this. I did notice earlier someone saying watch Beyond proxy racks in game 3. 100%. I was fully on board. I was expecting it, but no, the racks has been thrown down back at home. No proxy. Not yet. No proxy at Beyond, but it's going to be a double gas. Okay, double gas opener. It's going to be a faster factory. It's going to be a delayed CC. With this Beyond, he can open up with a Water Mine drop. He can go for a double Cyclone aggression. He can go into a 1-1-1 in towards Cloak Banshee. What's it going to be? Beyond has options. Does have options. Factory has been placed. As we did mention, it's going to be a delayed expansion out of Beyond. And Estrella did get eyes on both gases. So Estrella knows. Estrella is aware. He's aware that Beyond is going to be a little bit more tech heavy in the early game. Ball to the he did take the ball to the face. Did happen. Hello, Iron Ring to the chat. Canuck Prime. Bienvenidos. Ophidian as well. But again, that final game, I mean, a lot of it did come down to the remaxes of Estrella. I was really concerned by his lack of splash damage, but hey, the Storms and the Novas, they were good enough. But now we can focus on the ace match. For now, it's going to be a Twilight Council. Twilight Council opener out of Estrella. Working towards Blink. Reaper will scout. Should be able to confirm. I say that it's going to be zoned away. Reaper is forced back. Beyond barely did not scout the tech. But Beyond, he will juke the Adept. Does go back into the main. And comes in with the follow-up scout. Forcing lost mine time. Getting a probe kill. Likewise, SCV goes down across the map as well. And Beyond, does he scout the tech? It looks like he will. Yeah, barely does. Gets eyes on the Twilight Council. Beyond knows. Meanwhile, across the map, the CC is delayed by the Adept. For at least a couple of seconds. From here, our players are building up. Second gateway's on the way. And when it comes to the opener of Beyond, it looks like he is opening up initially Cyclone into the Medevac. Fast Tech Lab on the factory. Interesting. Going for the add-on swap. Ooh, going Cloak Banshee. Or even regular Banshee. Interesting. Okay, we did mention it when it comes to the potential builds that Beyond could have gone for. He's going for that add-on swap. Tech Lab on the starport. And the Banshee is on the way. So Cloak Banshees have been very trendy in this matchup over the past couple of months. I say a couple months, over the past year of play. Beyond's been quite fond of it. A lot of the Korean Terran players have. So he's embracing those Cloak Banshees. Meanwhile, drop in towards the natural. Estrella is somewhat in position, leading out a probe. Oh! He's out of worker. Going for the medevac. One Stalker goes down. No shield battery. Uh-oh. Yeah, no shield batteries to defend, which means Beyond is going to trade quite well here. Gets 3 probe kills. Ooh, almost a 4th, but not quite. That could have been so much worse. Estrella does barely hold on. Did cost some Stalkers, though. 3 Stalkers for Marines, a medevac, and a Cyclone. And remember, Beyond isn't done. Here come the Banshees. One towards the left, the other towards the right. Cloak is soon to finish. And Estrella's in the dark. He's throwing down some spotter pylons. Spreading out his army. Moving out for a counterattack. He is going for a 3-gate blink into a 3rd. He can apply some pressure, but he shouldn't be able to break Beyond. Beyond is prepared. We have the tank in position. Tank in the main. Bunker on the low ground. Banshee has arrived. No detection! Uh-oh. The Observer out of position. Does turn back around, but that's going to be 5. That's going to be 6 probe kills. 7! 7 probes going down. Well worth it here for Beyond, and he's not done. Remember, that was only the first Banshee. There's still the other. Still that one extra Banshee. Stray does unload. We'll get a handful of SCVs. Nice control. 3 SCV kills. But still not quite enough. Oh, getting a 4th. Okay, 4 SCV kills. Not bad. Not bad. Behind this, Astrea, of course, expanding. He is recovering. Very crucial that Astrea was able to get some kind of counter damage as the game will settle down. Banshee now moving out towards the 3rd. Astrea getting across the map. As a reminder, behind this Astrea, he's teching, he's working towards charge, +1. Force on the way, Astrea he places the natural. Gets 1 SCV before pulling away. Banshee slipping in. Astrea this time is ready for it. Yeah, more than prepared. Oh my god. Barely doesn't get the Banshee though. Barely not. So Astrea is in position. There's no Bay, there's no Storm. There we go. Bay is now on the way. It should be for Colossus. Astrea is working towards it. The army does unsiege, which means Astrea he blinks in. 3 SCVs. 4 up to 5 SCV kills. Astrea gets away. Very nice damage. As he delays the move out, Beyond will go for a drop. It's going to be a double drop on the right hand side. Upgrades are finishing up. And unfortunately, Astrea has no scouting pylon here. No pylon, no observer. It's going to be a late reaction for Astrea. Now, he does have a recall, but the Nexus does not have energy. Oh. No energy on the Nexus. We'll have to reactively warp in. Drop does hit the main. The Artosis pylon is exposed. The pylon goes down. The gateways are depowered. And Astrea is in trouble. He has to rotate around, keeping up with the main army. Nice force field. Oh, catching a lot of Marines. Very nicely done. It's a good chunk of Marines going down. And Astrea holds. At the same time, Banshee gets shut down as well. 6 probe kills is good. But at the same time, warping into the main base gets 3, up to 4 CVs as well. Oh! 4 CV kills. Prism gets away. Just barely. Astrea, he's keeping up. Moving out with this main army, Astrea, he does spot the medevacs. Does spot them. And it looks like he will get one. One medevac goes down. The other will escape. Astrea getting a 4th Nexus. And just calming down. He pulls away, calms things down. First Colossus is done. Second one's on the way. Oh, the Prism gets sniped. That's positioning there by Beyond. And Astrea shouldn't be able to move out here. He gets punished for being active. Nice Colossus swipes. Beyond unable to get this around. The force fields are brutal. Yeah, the force fields, they lock down the main army. They deny Beyond. Drop is spotted. Observer gets sniped. But you can see Astrea getting positioned in his main base. He did spot the drop earlier. Beyond doesn't commit though. Looks like he knows he got spotted. Yeah, so he does unload. Good reactions out of Beyond. Does unload, does calm things down. Likewise, Astrea getting his 4th base up and running with the high yield gas geyser. And now he is spreading himself a little bit thin. And Beyond can take advantage of that. But now though Beyond is unaware, he hasn't scouted. He's making his way towards the 3rd. Runs into the Colossus. So far, Beyond unable to find a way in. And Astray, he's maxing out. He's maxing out. He has the better economy. No disruptors yet, which is a little bit concerning. Second robo's on the way. For splash damage, Astray, he's just relying on Colossus. There's no storm either. No storm, no disruptors. But Astray should be working on it soon. He should be. Prism has arrived. Astray has supply blocked. Getting to +3. See Astray getting ready for a massive Zealot counterattack. Scan does reveal the Zealots though. They're making 2 disruptors at a time. They're coming. Zealot gets caught out. That's a lot of Zealots. Oh my god. Massive mine shots. EMP as well. Astray bleeding out a lot of supply. Once again, the game is calming down. Beyond will hit the 5th, but Astray can come in from behind. Oh, can Beyond get out of here? But he does leave behind 3 ghosts. 3 ghosts go down, dropping into the main. Cannon will buy some time. At the same time, we have Zealots across the map as well. SCVs are falling. And Chaos across the map forces a recall. Beyond will escape. Zealots still getting more SCVs though. As 10 SCV kills the Medivacs! Medivacs are caught out! Only 1 Medivac survives. Beyond he plummets in supply. Astray has momentum, he's maxed. He can't push. Oh. Beyond's in trouble. His tanks are in position. Astray, he wants them. Dives on in, gets the first tank. Nova goes up. Good connection. All 3 tanks do fall. Oh my god, Marauder's taking some big Novas. And Astray, he knows he has momentum, he will be pushing forward. Nice EMP though. EMP does connect. Astray waiting for those disruptors, still relying on a heavy Zealot composition. Boss is doing well. Nice hold position micro. Getting another ghost. Astray is still max, getting his 4th base back up and running. And Beyond down to 3 Vikings. And Astray, he does outposition Beyond. He's going for the planetary. Planetary should go down. Nova goes up. Ooh, big connection. Sends back the army. Gets a ghost. Planetary does hold. Impressive. Takes down 3 disruptors as well. Ooh. Yeah, Astray does overextend. Losing 3 disruptors. Beyond fighting back. Saves the expansion. Meanwhile, Astray, he's hoping to dive on the main army. Yeah, he does catch Beyond out. Yeah, this time, no tanks. No Widowmines either. The Zealots, they take a lot of EMPs to the face, but they take down the ghosts. Still a worthwhile trade. Trading minerals for gas. Notice they come in for a flank. Nova goes up. Ooh, does connect. Astray hiding well. Beyond still trying to recover his economy. Does get a 5th. That's his main, by the way. Does put his main over. That's how much kind of pressure he's been under. The base is exposed. No planetary. But Astray, he's kept busy. Busy with the main army. No War Prism, no counterattack. Astray, he's going for that fresh base though. He does scout, does confirm. Knocking down the rocks, rotating over. At the same time, Beyond splitting up his army. Astray, where does he maneuver? His Zealot Rabbi is getting ready here on the right hand side. Astray catching out Byun. Again, Byun's army is split. Coming in from behind. Zealot Rabbi does hit the mineral line. SCVs are going to be going down. And Astray, he does commit. Workers are falling. Novas are connecting. Byun is forced to respond. 11 SCV kills. Astray, he's controlling this well. He actually recalled. Interesting. Oh. Did recall towards the right-hand side. It looks like he was a little bit afraid of a counterattack. He expected the army on the right-hand side to push, but it didn't. So a bit of a waste of a recall. That is concerning. Yeah, Astray, he throws down a wall of cannons and shield batteries once he realizes he is vulnerable. No recall left. He goes for the blink. Colossus under fire. Never goes up. Big connection. Oh, no! Oh my god! Byun caught out! Some rough pathing. Very rough pathing there. And Astray, he's doing it! He's so close to bringing down Byun again! It was what, last week or 2 weeks ago where Astray brought down Byun in Orsosaurus Cup. And he do it again 2 weeks in a row. Ooh, a little bit trigger happy. Astray panicking a little bit. Zealots, they hit the expansion, but there are units in position. Byun will defend. Once again, though, a bit of connection. Novas are resetting. Byun is holding. He's rebuilding, remaxing. Byun has been up against the wall, but he's holding on. Just needs a little bit more time here. Meanwhile, this time going for a DT counterattack. And Blink is not done. DT's waddle in. EMP does connect. And this is an expensive run by here for Astray. Not really worth it. I mean, does get 13 SCVs. Does get some damage. Byun collapsing in. Novas don't quite connect. So many disruptors going to be going down. Yeah, Astray caught with his pants down. Get some decent connection, but that's what? 5 disruptors falling. Astray plummeting in supply. Force back, has a wall of cannons. Zealots, they deny the 4th, or deny the 6th even. They deny the expansion. Getting to another mineral line. Astray likewise forced to cancel. But more SCVs are falling. Byun, he's all in. His economy is being crippled down to 40 SCVs. Down to 35. We'll take down an expansion, but it doesn't matter. Astray, he's expanding towards the north. He has a backup base. And Byun does not. Byun down to 32 SCVs. Again, Astray had a rough moment there, losing all of his disruptors, but the Zealots, the Rumbais, they've been pulling Byun apart. We mentioned earlier how this base was not a planetary because it was his main floated over, so he was vulnerable. And Astray had to take advantage of him. Moving out towards the right-hand side. He's going for the CC. Byun out of position. Does spot the Zealots, though. And this is going to be a rough loss for Astray, losing all these Zealots. But Astray, he gets a kill. He gets the CC. And that matters more. The Zealots, they get recalled. The Zealots are safe. Astray turns back around, and Byun is all in. I mean, Byun, he was already all in, but he's sending everything across the map. How much does he have? 6 Ghosts. 6 Vikings. Astray, he's racing him back home. And Astray will get there first. Meanwhile, another Zealot run by. Going for the natural. Or for the third. Australia forced to turn around. The expansion is spotted. Beyond, he can go for the mineral line. Uh-oh. This is Australia's most important mining base. The base is going to be denied. Australia expanding on the right-hand side instead. At least Australia saves most of the workers. Does save the probes. I mean, it's still a very tense situation because even though Beyond's economy is almost non-existent, Beyond still has a comparable army. He can still win a fight and snowball from there. Beyond, he still has a chance. He is still in this. Australia, long-distance mining. Now getting his base up running on the right-hand side. Throwing down the wall of cannons and shield batteries. Going for the gold. Meanwhile, Australia does get into the main. Came to the production. Nova's going off. Oh my god. 3 ghosts go down. The ghosts. No! The Novas are too good. And Australia, he shuts down the main army. He takes a massive fight. And even though Bjorn had a chance, not anymore, not like this. And Bjorn, it's happening again. He's falling here in the semifinals, falling to Australia. 2 weeks in a row. Australia, he resets the ghost count. He has so many disruptors. He has so many balls. The balls are popping off. Australia does have to go to overextend. There's still a lot of bio. Still a lot of Marines, a lot of Marauders. There it goes up. Big connection. Oh my god. And the Novas, they have been insane. They have resets. The connection's just far too good. And Beyond has no sustain. With that, his final fight, his final stand. And that's all that Beyond had left. GG gets called. Australia will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. Let's go. GG, well played. Australia will take the series, will advance on. Congratulations, 2 weeks in a row, Pop. Calm down. GG, well played. Australia does make it to the grand finals, and he's now up against... who exactly? I'm not too sure. He's up against Trap in a PvP. Oh boy. It's going to be a Protoss versus Protoss finals. It looks like Trap took down Shin 2-0, and Trap has made it here to the best of 5 against Australia. Let's go. Let us go. Do need to remember to set up. Again, that was a very intense back and forth as well. When it comes to Australia and when it comes to his strengths, a lot of his strengths do lie, 1, when it comes to some of his quirky builds, but 2, when it comes to his late game. I mentioned before, but Australia, he is no stranger to these, longer kind of setups, 20, 30, 40-minute games, especially in the NA region. Australia, he has one of his biggest strengths, his stamina, papi. Let's go. He can go all night long. He was able to maintain himself, able to take it to the late game, able to kind of, in a way, strip away some of the big advantages of Bjorn. Bjorn, where does he thrive? He thrives in the early to mid game. He thrives in aggression. He thrives in split prong attacks as well. We saw Bjorn use that to his great effect to pull apart Shameless and even take his map against Australia earlier. But if Australia can slow the game down, if he can max out, if he can wall up and defend those fringe bases with cannons and shield batteries, then he can take away that speed and that aggression from Bjorn and kind of focus things on these big main army engagements instead. That is where Australia was able to thrive. And with that, we're getting ready for the grand finals. Vetoes are underway. Go. Do just need a moment to set things up and get things ready for our final series. Do need a moment here. Beautiful, just catching up. Here we go. Trap waits in Korea with Enki for the finals, or he has to come back to the Americas, papi. He's in the wrong region. The Invisible Man. Oh no. Not like this. Here we go. Oh, calm down in the chat, papi. Calm down in the chat. Here we go. Beyond is known for his control. He's known for his micro. I mean, I think, like, despite that, though, like, regardless, like, Clem is the current best player in the world. I think I said before, currently Clem does have the best TVP in the world as well. He kind of clowns all over players like Max Pax and Hero and Showtime as well. Like, Clem, he's a beast. He is kind of in his own league at the moment, and we'll see if that trend continues. We'll see if players are motivated and how they improve over time, how they can compare to Clem, and how, you know, the meta progresses as well. I do think that another big factor, of course, which is quite exciting over the next kind of month of play, is the new map pool. Like the on the horizon, there's a new map pool. On the horizon, there's a new patch, which has been teased by many other community members out there as well. I myself don't know the details of the new patch, but it's going to be exciting, and I'm sure it is going to mix and shake some things up. So I'm looking forward to it. I'll be honest, when it comes to the next patch, when it comes to the new map pool, honestly, what I'm really excited for is the new map pool. As a player, I don't really have many complaints when it comes to adjusting like units or adjusting balance. Like that's not really something I'm too concerned with. I'm mainly interested in which maps are going to be played out, especially considering kind of the mantra of like ESL, or the mantra of like the map pool that has kind of been shaken up over time. For a very long time, we spoke about this yesterday, but for many years, the map pool was a lot more standardized and was a lot more, at some points, stale as well, just because there was a little bit less innovation when it came to features of the maps and what they were willing to kind of bring to the competitive ladder as well. Recently, that has been thrown by the wayside. It does look like an intentional decision by ESL to allow for more unorthodox maps, for them to be a little bit more prevalent. And I'm all for it. I'm definitely all for it. I think I mentioned last night that I do think they took it a little bit too far, this map pool, when it comes to just how quirky they can be, specifically how many there are. Where we have maps like Amphion, Crimson Courts, we have Post Youth, Dynasty as well. I think having Dynasty and Post Youth in the same map pool is kind of crazy. Usually we would expect like one or the other, but they had both when it comes to just really weird maps. So what I'm curious about is if that trend continues, or like what direction they take it in, right? What kind of barriers they break down or bring back up. We'll see. We shall see. As it looks like vetoes are underway. And they're just getting into the veto process. So exciting times. Exciting times on the horizon. When it comes to the patch and the map pool. But regardless, we have our PvP. When it comes to Australia and Trap, so Trap, I should also talk about Trap a little bit as well, just because we have been avoiding him throughout the entire broadcast. But Trap, he has recently returned from the military a couple of months ago at this point, and Trap has been improving so much. Recently, he came second in the Wardy TV Festival. Trap was able to bring down Shin, Nightmare, and Gumiho to make it to second place, so Trap has been on fire. And even here this week, even here in this tournament, he 2-0'd Shin as well, now up against Australia in the finals. I don't know who I want to favor, to be honest. It's kind of hard to call because it is a PvP. I think I want to lean in favor of Trap, but this could go either way. I'm hoping that it isn't a 3-0. I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping for a game 4 and maybe even a game 5, but we'll see. It comes down to how our players do approach this and what kind of builds they have available. Meanwhile, a big shout out to Jeff Bezos in the chat. Gah, papi, gah. Thank you so much for resubscribing with Twitch Prime for 18 months. Hola, señor Light. Hola, señor Jeff. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos. Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, Trap, he did return a couple of months ago, and he's been getting better and better results over the past couple of months. He's been taking down some big names, and we'll see if Estrella can keep things going. Now, if you recall, last week in the Orsosaurus Cup, Estrella, he was able to bring down Beyond, but if you recall, he did fall in the finals, I think to Nightmare, if I recall correctly. So he wasn't quite able to bring it home. We'll see if history repeats itself or if he can finally take that win. Yeah, so it was in the Tenacious Royal Tussle where Estrella, he 2-0'd Beyond in the semis and then went down to Nightmare. But here we go, we're diving into the finals of the StegoMonday #1. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ghost River, we have the American Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Virtus Pro. It is Estrella, the Beyond Slayer. Let's go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Gen G Esports. It is Trap. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It's time to get your gamba going. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Honestly, again, this could go either way. I am leaning in favor of Trap, but I can totally see Estrella taking this as well. Best of luck. Best of luck to the players and to everyone else there that are gambling, that are predicting in the chat. Best of luck. Go. As for now, it is going to be a 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener all around. 2 gateways for Estrella, 2 gateways for Trap. Both players are settling in. Likewise, we're loading into Ghost River, a very small map, very short rush distance by ground, because that aggression can be favored. Likewise, it doesn't take long at all to move out across the map to bypass the main army and to suddenly be in the face of your opponent. So aggression is, or can be favored on this map. Until then, though, we're just keeping an eye on each other. Probes are looking for the second pylon. Estrella hides the second pylon at his natural, cheeky move. Meanwhile, Trap has his own in his main. So Trap, he's looking for the pylon, checking further inside the main base. Is it a real proxy or is it a fake? As Trap, will he check the natural? Ooh, he does not. He does not check the natural. And Trap, he responds with a Robo. Ooh, he believes it is an all-in. Yeah, third pylon in the main base, Robo in the main as well. Very defensive setup here by Trap. And you can see Trap, he's looking for the proxy. Scouting towards the southern half of the map. Moving up the Stalkers. Now, this setup that we're seeing out of Trap, once he realizes that Estrella has expanded, he can actually turn this defense into an offense. And he can throw down a third gateway and commit. See, Trap, he's still scouting, still looking. Stalkers dip in, they get zoned away. Yeah, Trap, he does cancel, does realize that he should be safe, as he sees that there's nothing anywhere, and he will expand. So Trap will expand, and there's that War Prism on the way. We spoke about it earlier, but now Trap, he will be able to get into the main. He can sneak in, he can warp into depths. Warp Gate is finishing up. And there's a lot of pressure on Trap to get damage done. Estrella is ahead. He's ahead in workers, he's ahead when it comes to the natural base timing. Shield battery is ready. It is already done. But remember, with this Warp Prism, Trap, he can avoid the natural. He can go right into the main instead. And Estrella, he did scouts. He is aware of the Robo. He knows. He should be aware that this is a possibility. His main base is looking vulnerable. Trap, he's going for the drop. Slips into the main, he unloads. Going for the mineral line, at the same time adepts into the natural. Probes are going down. So far so good. Getting 2 probe kills. Oh, but does bleed out of Stalker. Bit of miscontrol there out of Trap. Adepts didn't commit to the shade. But they do this time. Getting another probe. Oh, the juggling! Estrella! With the counter micro. Oh my god. It does force a recall. And Estrella maintains a worker lead. 35 probes against the 28 of Trap. That was some economic damage, that's true, but Trap still needs a little bit more. Now moving out with the Immortal, with Sentries, with the Prism. As he moves out, Estrella's moving in. And Trap, he's already behind economically, and he's about to lose even more. Probes are going down. Denied mining at the natural. And Trap is committed. Trap, he's going for the shield battery. Estrella out of position. Shield battery's going to go down. No overcharge. Yeah, massive pickoff. Shield battery goes down. Immortal has arrived. Likewise, Estrella has his own. Going for the force fields. Estrella getting pinned back. Adepts, they get 6 probe kills across the map. Boys are being pulled. Oh, but the Immortals, they're locked back. Finally, Estrella, he does break out. Going for the mineral line, going for the Prism. Prism goes down, and it looks like Estrella, he should have enough. He shuts down the main army. Does cost him 12 workers. But this is still better for Estrella. Is it better, though? That's 15 probes going down. Oh my god, he's in the main! Adepts are in the main base. 19 probe kills Estrella. His economy is crippled. He was in a good position, but he lost far too much. 20 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. And back at home, Trap defends. Trap, he was up against the wall. He was borderline all in. And Trap, he gets 20 probes. And just like that, Trap takes a lead. Does take an economic lead, but he is behind when it comes to the army supply. Yeah, Estrella's going for a counterattack. Nice pickup. Gets 1 Stalker. Gets 2. Nice control here at a Trap. Snipes 2 Stalkers, going for a 3rd. He wants it. Oh my god. Efficient trades here by Trap. Estrella moving out. Catching the probes. Will force field the ramp. Prism under fire. It's going to be a costly trade though. Prism goes down. Trap is holding. Trap does defend again. It's getting quite close, quite intense here between Estrella and Trap. This could still go either way. It's getting scrappy, Papi. That's what I was looking for. Estrella regains a worker lead. He has to respect the force fields. Pulls away. Back at home, he rebuilds a Warp Prism. He glaives on the way for Trap. Glaive adepts, they don't scale amazingly into a longer game. It looks like an all-in. Looks like Immortal Glaive adepts here for Trap. Estrella going for his own Immortal drop though. We'll slip into the main. Going for the pylon, looking to depower those gateways. He will be able to. Pylon goes down. Tech is scouted. I mean, it could be Blink for all Estrella knows. So he's not fully aware of what's going on. At the same time, it ups a shade into the natural. 5 probe kills. 6 probe kills. Barely 7. 7 workers go down. I mean, Trap, he was already going all in. There we go. Gateway explosion in the main. Getting into 5 gates on 2 bases. 6 gates on 2 bases. It's all or nothing for Trap. But before we can really get going, Estrella, he's already here. Estrella has arrived. Goes down the force fields, locks down the Stalkers. Forces the overcharge. At the same time, Immortals are wreaking havoc. Probes are going down. Oh. Back at home, Trap, he's holding. He forces a recall. Does force a recall back home. Trap buying time. His gateways are finishing up. And here comes Trap. Again, overextending with one of those immortals. Oh! It's gonna go down. Massive pickup. Immortal falls. Stray attempting to recover. Immortals are across the map. They're not at home to defend. Uh-oh. Astray, he's not ready for this. He's not ready for the all-in. He's harassing. And remember, recall's on cooldown. Recall is not ready. Adepts a shade in. They take down the shield barrier. They deny the overcharge. And Trap, he can pull this off. If only the Immortals were back at home. If only. And the Immortals are just wasted across the map. And Trap, he's warping in. And it looks like he has done it. He's broken the natural. Astrea. He was in a better position, but Trap, he clawed his way back in. Forced into the all-in, takes down every single unit here at the natural. 24 probes going down. And Astrea doesn't really have much left. He's down to 4 Stalkers in the main. +1 is denied. Colossus arrives? Okay. Rushing into Colossus. Let's go. Astrea will lose the natural. Does force a recall. Trap recalling into the main. Oh. It's forced back home. Trap still does maintain that army supply lead though. And Astray is stuck on 1 base. He's stuck on 1 base economy, or really half a base economy. And Trap still has both expansions. Trap can macro out of this. Astrea less so. Suddenly now Astrea's all in. He's moving out. Oof. Force was brutal. Astrea does save his workers, or save his army. Forced to engage, but he's pushing into 3 Immortals. And Trap, he has the Concave. Forces back the army, getting so much damage done here on the Colossus. Adepts a shade in. Still a messy fight though. Some of the Immortals that weren't able to engage. And the Colossus just swipes away at the Adepts. Adepts go down, 2 Immortals left. 2 Immortals versus an Immortal and a Colossus. That's right, he's going for the mineral line. Trying to at least. Oh, getting shut down by the sentries. Uh-oh. Stalker coming in. Reinforcements have arrived. Warping in here in the face of his opponent. The Prism! Prism survives. Oh my god, just barely. And Astrea. He's doing it. Or is he? It's still so close. The micro. Both players can juggle back, of course. Jesus, the Immortal 1 shot away from going down. Trap making 2 probes at a time. He has recovered economically. Astrea warping whatever he can. Sentry into Adepts. Takes down the pylons. Depowers the gates. Locking down the Immortals, at least trying to. This can still go either way. Astrea swiping away at the mineral line. Does get a couple of probes. More Adepts and Stalkers shading or warping in. Cybercore under fire. Traffic collapses in. Nice force field. Force field does lock down most of the Gateway army. And Astray, he does take the better fight. Beautiful force field. Can he keep it up? Cybercore goes down. No more Stalkers or Adepts. Only Zealots to reinforce. And Astray looks like he is breaking through. Once again, zones away the Gateway army. Oh my god, the Colossus doing so much damage in the back line. The mineral line is exposed. The main base in control of Astrea. You're going for the final pylon. Depowering every single Gateway. No more reinforcements, no more production. Astrea, he's done it. This is all he needs. Control the main. And he can keep reinforcing. Astrea has production, Trap does not. He's throwing down now a Gateway, but it's so late. He needs a gate. And a Cybercore. And the main base is going down. Here come reinforcements again. Astrea can warp in. Trap needs time. But it might just be too little too late at this point. Stray just forcing his way down the ramp now. Has killed the main. So has to be careful. Doesn't want to get caught out by those force fields. Stray backing off. He should be rotating to the low ground and then hitting the natural. Oh, let's be careful. There we go. Trap moving out across the map. Look at Estrella. Does reposition. Now there are 2 shield batteries, soon to be 3, and an overcharge. Not going to be easy. Adept does get across the map. Estrella just warped in. Nothing to defend. He does lock down the army. There's the overcharge. Cybercore is rebuilt. Under fire once again. All across the map, probes are going down. Whoops, to the death. The immortal! Oh, the immortal goes down. No, we can't afford that. And GG gets called. Estrella will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played, Estrella. He will take a lead. It was a very, very close game. It went down to the wire. Went down to 1 base versus 1 base. Barely an army. But GG, well played. Estrella does take it. And that was only game number 1. Only game 1. Let's go. Wild animals. Yeah, exactly. It's beautiful. Let's go. Meanwhile, shout out to Let Me Play With Your Kitties. Get that. Como estás acá, papica? Thank you so much for subscribing for 6 months for half a year of support. Thank you. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate the support. As we're getting ready here for game 2. Getting ready for the rest of the series. Oh my god. And again, this can still go either way. There were plenty of moments where Trap was ahead, where Trap had an advantage, and he could have taken the game as well. It was very close. So I'm hoping to see that back and forth. Right now the pressure is on Trap, but it's a best of 5. He still has some room to work with. So we're getting ready here for game 2. Game 2 going to be on site Delta. Ugh. Aye. Meanwhile, our players are asking for a break. Understandable. Very understandable. They do need a moment here to take a breath after an intense game 1. Makes sense. Getting ready for that second game. Meanwhile, again, if you want to help support the tournament, I believe there is a Matcherino, exclamation mark Matcherino in the chat. To get a link. It should be updated, hopefully. There we go. But there is a Matcherino page. Currently, I believe the prize pool is 400 USD. Yep, 400 USD. Shout out to StegoMonday, of course, for hosting, for funding and organizing the event. Big shout out to StegoMonday. It was a big part of the Orsa TV events, and now again hosting this event as well. The passion is real. So much love to StegoMonday. Much love. And yeah, top 4 do get paid out. It's 200 to first place, 100 to second, and then the final 50 split between third and fourth. The final 100 split between third and fourth. Much love to StegoMonday. Again, he's been contributing to our tournaments on a regular basis as well. Just very, very passionate, very passionate. Much love. Gracias, papi, gracias. Oh, hello. Marmota. ¿Qué tal? ¿Qué tal? Welcome. But yeah, our players, they do need some time. When it comes to the game itself, again, there's not really too much to get into. If you recall, we had Estrella who faked a proxy. If you remember, he hit his pylon in his natural. Because of that, that started like the chain reaction that was game one, where Trap, he responded with a robo first to be defensive. Once he realized that there was no aggression, he turned that into a more aggressive build with a Warp Prism into Immortal production. And then the chaos ensued with kind of the back and forth, Trap trying to get into the mineral line, Estrella likewise counterattacking as well, both players taking a lot of losses economically, and just led into the beauty that was game one. Very chaotic. But now I'm a little bit concerned. As we're getting ready for game two, it's going to be on Site Delta. Site Delta is known for its more economic openers, and because of that, it can lead into something like Phoenix play. We saw this last night in the Water TV Monday, where I think we were casting Trap versus Max Packs. We found ourselves on Amphion, which led into Phoenix Wars. A similar thing can happen here as well, assuming that both players open up Stargate, which should occur. If it doesn't, we'll point it out. Otherwise, Phoenix versus Phoenix is a very real possibility on this map. Very real. Meanwhile, our players are back, our players are ready, and we're jumping into the game. The finals will continue. Here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta, we have the American Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Virtus Pro, leading the series 1-0. It is Estrella. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Gen.G Esports. It is Trap. Here we go. And the beginning here of the Phoenix Wars has begun. We have a gate expand set up here on the low ground. Again, the reason why we spoke about Site Delta and why this map is unique is because of the ramp. There's a ramp coming into the natural, so it is very commonplace to open up gate into an expansion. Because it's so common, both players should be moving out with their probes, and both players should be delaying the expansion with their workers, going for pylon blocks, and this will force out Zealot, it'll force out Tech. We should be seeing 2 gas openers, and there it is, double gas for Trap. Delayed second gas for Estrella. Interesting. Estrella's going for this. He's going for the Nexus. He's going for the faster expansion. At least trying to, but alas, Trap is in position. Second gas is now forced out. And again, because of the delayed expansions, because of the pylon blocks, because of the probes, we should be seeing cyber cores into Stargates. Should be. Zealots are on the way to focus on the pylon. Both players forced to invest. You know, we have a bad map pool where natural as a ramp is a unique feature. If you remember, last map pool, there were actually fewer maps with ramps. This map pool has 3 maps with ramps. It's it's Amphion, Site Delta, and Post Youth. Last map pool, I think there were only 2, if I recall correctly. So it's something that used to be more common, but nowadays is less so. Ooh, as we do get the Nexus! So Trap opens Stargate, Estrella opens up with the Nexus instead. Post Youth is not... Oh, you're coping, Hyper One, you're coping. Ay, ay, ay. Este Hyper One. Mate, with the maps that you make, I don't think you can judge Post Youth, okay? With anyone else, I would tend to agree, but with Hyper One, with his maps, mate, looking a little bit sus, not gonna lie. Among Us, Este Hyper One. Whatever you say, whatever you say. Insert meme here. You're like, you make bad maps because you think they're good. I make bad maps and I know they're bad. We are not the same. Este Hyper One. Shaking my head. As Astray will have the slightly better economy. Of course, Trap opening up Oracle with that faster Stargate. Making his way across the map. And Estrella is keeping up. Leads out a couple of workers. Trap getting into the natural. Oh, gets a 4th probe. 4 probes do go down. Not bad. And Trappy does keep the Oracle alive and rotating around. Again, it's that much more important for Trap to get some economic damage because Estrella, he's been on 2 bases for longer. That's why Estrella still maintains a slight worker lead. Only slight, though. Again, it could have been worse. Meanwhile, Trap, what are we going for? Dark Shrine? Dark Shrine. Let's go! It was a Twilight Council opener back at home, and going for the proxy Dark Shrine, the Invisible Man. They're coming. The DTs are on the way. And if Estrella goes for a third, if he goes for a third base before Robo, he's going to be in trouble. Probe goes down. Oracle does delay. Right now, there is no detection. Estrella, he's fighting for control of his third base location. Yeah, Probe is being sent out, and Estrella, he's being greedy. He's being greedy here. He is expanding. And that means 0 detection. Uh-oh. For now. At least Estrella has an army. I should also emphasize that Estrella, he has quite a massive Stalker force moving out. Back at home, at Trap, his army pales in comparison. He does have a shield body, does have an overcharge. Trap, he has to defend with the bare minimum. Blink is almost done. And Estrella's pushing in. Meanwhile, Robo's on the way at the natural. Bear that in mind. But Estrella, thankfully, he doesn't delay any further. Has access to the Observer. Robo's halfway done. And here come the DTs. They're soon to warp in. Can he, though? And Stalker is forcing the way into the natural. Shield batteries do defend. DTs are warping in. Now, the wall is open. And technically, Trap, he could try to get on top of the pylon and depower the Robo. He can depower this. Otherwise, he could just go for the mineral line. Meanwhile, Stalkers are getting to the main. Estrella busts into the main base. 3 probes go down. 4 probes. Is forced to recall back home, but not a bad start. Meanwhile, he does wall off. Yeah, the Stalker's in position. Observer's on the way. And Estrella, he defends. The whole position micro. Oh, he saves the main. Probes are still going down, but nowhere near enough. 2 probe kills. Observer has arrived, and Estrella, he will shut this down. Takes down the first DT, will take down the second. And Estrella still maintains a massive army lead. Oh my, the warp it! He looks down the DT, warps in those Stalkers. And Estrella, he does bleed out 6 probes, but Estrella, he still is in a better position. He has a third up and running. Trap still is on the way. Estrella, he finds the proxy, at least the pylon. Pylon's gonna go down. Trap, forced to pull back, has to tech up. Forge on the way, extra gateways as well. No other tech yet. And Estrella is looking good. he's looking solid. Outside of the supply block. Supply block is brutal, and that will slow him down. Meanwhile, as we settle into this, a big shout out to Super Marmota in the chat. #1. No, not to be confused with #2. Gracias, papi. God. Thank you so much for subscribing for 6 months. Oh, also half a year. Thank you. Thank you, papi. Thank you. I do appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Oh. Here we go. Trap taking a fast 4th. Estrella looking to move out soon. Waiting for his upgrades. +1 is almost done. Charge as well. And there is a window here where Estrella will have the upgrade lead. Now is his time. Likewise, Trap trying to poke in, trying to buy time himself. Blinks in. Takes out the Oracle. Oracle gets sniped. Charged. Now finishing up. Ooh, and Trap, he takes a brutal fight. Estrella can keep going. Expanding behind this. Waiting for his Warp Prism. Warp Prism is on the way. And Estrella, he starts up +2 immediately. Now the upgrades are about to even up. +1 is finishing up for Trap. But Estrella still has the larger army. Still does have the larger force. And here we go. Here comes Estrella. He's moving out across the map. And he has a terrifying army. Looking at the army sizes here, we have purely Stalker, Zealot for Trap. Immortals and Archons are in the mix. Stalkers, they come in from behind. They're going for the Archons. Good positioning here by Trap. Oh, goes the dive. Does get the Prism. Ooh, and it's going to cost him a lot of Stalkers here. Stalkers are going down. Stray reinforcing. Leaves Zealots to deal with the Stalkers. And he can keep pushing. Stays Trap baited out. Last little Zealots, but here come the Archons. They're a little bit too far behind. Just the one, actually. Looks like the other was sniped earlier. Trappy's holding. It's buying time. More Archons on the way. Astray diving in. Yeah, and he does get to surround the Stalkers. They get completely annihilated. Zealots, they run into the Archon as well. And Astray, he will take this fight. Archons, they're coming in to reinforce. Zealots, they're putting in a lot of damage. But Estrella should have too much. GG gets caught as the Archons arrive, and Estrella will take a 2-0 lead. Whew. GG. Bold move by Trap to go into that Dark Shrine, to rush into DTs. There was a lot of potential, of course, with that DT aggression, but we saw that Estrella, he was able to make use of his greater army, was able to get into the main, pick off workers, recall back home just in time, and deny too much damage being done. He only lost 6 probes, only 6 workers for those DTs. He shut them down, and Estrella able to just snowball out of control from there. GG, very nicely done, and Estrella is 1 game away from becoming our very first StegoMonday Cup champion. Did I say that correctly? Yeah. My brain wanted to say Stegosaurus. We got there. GG, well played. And now we're jumping into game 3, and I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping for an extended series, but Estrella just needs one more. Uno más, papi. Uno más is all he needs. Let's go. Let us go. Here we go. We are settling in and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkione. We have the American Protoss player. He has been popping up here tonight. He took down Björn in the semifinals, and now he is 1 game away from becoming our champion. We have for Virtus Pro, Estrella. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Gen G Esports, the ex-military player. The pressure's on. He has to fight back here and now to have a chance at an ace match. It is Trap. And again, Trap, he is an amazing player. He's been looking so damn good recently. But despite that, he's up against the wall. He's had a hard or a rough series so far. A rough performance against Estrella. He has to, if there's ever a time to come back, it's here and now. It has to be. Let's go. Let us go. This Trap is moving out with the probe scouts. It is going to be a double gate opener. 2 gate opener out of Estrella, 2 gate opener out of Trap. Everything looking standard so far. And do we hide a pylon? Do we commit to a real proxy pylon instead? We shall see. As Estrella, he's going for the fake proxy pylon. He has used this position before. We saw this last night. We saw this in Australia's series during the Tenacious Royal Tussle. So with that, Astray, he's hoping to force an overreaction. Hold up. Interesting. Astray throwing down his third pylon in the main. With that Astray, he will have extra supply, which means, does he intend to use this pylon? Like, this third pylon is early. So I'm curious. You have my attention, Estrella. Yeah, he's using it. There we go. Now it makes sense. It's a hidden real proxy pylon, and there we go. He's going for the Stargate. Okay, okay. It's all coming together. I had a very quizzical look. I was like, wait, why was it fake proxy pylon, but why did he throw down the third one back at home? But now it makes sense. It was real. Going for the Stargate. And this is not for an all-in. This is to get harassing damage in the main. This is for proxy Oracle into the main base mineral line to wreak havoc. Meanwhile, Trap, he is in the dark. You know, this opener makes it look like there is no proxy. Makes it look like everything is normal when we know that it's anything but. As Hallucination is moving out. Trap setting up his own proxy across the map. Stalkers are being active. Ooh, and if Trap does miss this, he actually has nothing at home to defend. I mean, there's no reason. That's the thing right now. There's no reason to have anything because of that early third pylon. Uh-oh. Trap, his pants are down. The pants are down, but he's exposed. Stalker's going to be trading. Astray just keeping the army busy, and here we go. The Oracle dives into the main. No shield battery, no Stalkers in position. Probes will fall. And Trap forced to pull everything away. Evacuates the main. 3 probe kills. Up to 4. Across the map, Trap, he is committed. Does reinforce. 3 Stalkers, 3 sentries. Pushing up towards the main. Ooh, Astray actually doesn't. He has nothing. Oh, he has nothing back at home to defend. Only workers. Does wall off. Yeah, Astray, he's caught out instead. Forced to recall back home. Astray out of position. Was not expecting the counterattack. Pylon goes down. Depowers the gateways as well. Boys, they have to be pulled. There's no warp ins. There's no reinforcements. And Astray, he's in trouble. The surround is solid though. Takes down the Stalkers. Takes down the sentries. Astray, he defends. Only losing 2 probes. Only 2 probes go down. Oracle still across the map. Very impressive defense here out of Astray, but he's still up against the wall, and Trappy still has a larger army. 4 Stalkers against 2. No shield battery. Pylon under fire. Boys have to be pulled once again. It was repowered. Stalker does go down. Both Stalkers do. And it looks like Trappy has too much. He is overwhelming. Astray, he has a massive worker lead, but it may not matter. Oh, as he's losing every single Stalker. Oof. Now, Astray does have probes to throw away. Like, he can afford them. Going for a Dark Shrine. More boys being pulled. Pulling every single worker. He will lock this down. And what's interesting is that Trap... Oh, he scouted. He scouted the Dark Shrine. Robo response. Trap is aware. Very important scout here from the Red Protoss. But doesn't matter because the Dark Shrine should finish first. Oh no, but the Adept gets in. The Adept does get in. More probes going down. Trap, he is recovering. He's now taking an economic lead. Back at home, the Robo. It's still on the way. Where are those DTs? They can still get damage done. There we go. First DTs warping in, but it looks like it might just be too late. Robo's finishing, and I'm sure we're going to be chronoing out that Observer. Trap has a late reaction, focusing across the map. Adepts shade into the main. But a massive stasis here at the natural. Adepts step in. They get 1, they get 2 probes. Soon to be 3. 3 probes go down. Can they get 4? Barely can. 4 probe kills. Blink is done. DT waddles into the main. And it will get surrounded. Does get a decent amount of damage. 4 probes. It's okay. It's okay. 4 probe kills, still very chaotic. This game is making me feel uneasy. Like, like Trap has the worker lead, true, but he's also pinned back at home. Estrella has Blink. Trap getting into Immortal production. It's been very chaotic and very scrappy, very messy. Trap getting supply blocked. As the proxy gets shut down. And bearing in mind, the main armies are quite comparable with each other, but Estrella has Blink. Dives in, but here comes the Immortal. Yeah, the punish is real. Estrella doesn't lose the Stalker, though. Does pull away in time. Very nice control. Does blink away. Getting to his own gateways. There are 2 depths across the map. Estrella will run into them. Oh no! Oh no! They do run past. Forcing a recall. At the same time, Estrella dives into the main base. Getting 2 probes for a Stalker. Trying to bait the army. Does pull it off. Not bad. But can he capitalize on it? That's the question. Adepte shade into the main. 6 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. Estrella blinking in. Stasis is actually about to run out. Has taken a little bit too long. Estrella, he gets a handful of probes. Just 2 though. Just 2 workers. Trap holds. Again, it's just been a very chaotic game. As Trappy's going for his own DTs. Dark Shrine is on the way. Both players expanding, taking their third bases. Estrella's is faster. Much faster third. Meanwhile, Trap going into the main. Dark Shrine is done. Uh-oh. Estrella does have an observer. It is back at home. So he will have detection to defend. Spreading out his forces. Double Adept shading into the natural. Probes are going down. 3, 4 probe kills. Not bad. At the same time, the War Prism is scattered. Prism taking hits. Nice revelation. DT gets picked off. Likewise, another Dark Templar into the main. But the army is ready. And Trappy gets 3 probe kills. Oh, gets 4. You can see how quickly DTs wreak havoc. 4 for 4. Estrella still has that worker lead because of the faster third. But Trappy's pushing in. Pushing up a ramp into a concave. Force fields get thrown down. Stasis gets baited out, but here comes the overcharge. Boys are being pulled astray. He can afford to lose some workers. Does blink in. We'll lose this Immortal. But we'll get another. And trading 2 for 1. Going for the Prism. Oh my god. Prism will escape. Estrella holds. Still maintains his economy. And Estrella is in a better position. He almost reset the Immortal count. There's 1 Immortal left. Another on the way. Estrella counterattacking. Trap looking vulnerable. And can Trap hold on? Shield battery under fire. Overcharge is denied. Immortal taking a lot of hits. He goes for the Prism. Prism goes down. Immortal as well. The Immortal falls. But there's another reinforcing Immortal and a DT as well. Trappy's trying to hold on, but here comes the detection. And it looks like Estrella, he has far too much. He is looking to take this series. He's not dropping a map. I was hoping for a back and forth. I mean, this was still a really rough game for Estrella as well. He's forced a recall. Forced a recall back home. Trap holds. Or does he? He's barely holding on. 7 probe kills across the map. DT did force everything back. Well, most of the army back, I should say. But Estrella takes a 4th base. Consolidates his army. He's coming in once again. He's so close to breaking Trap. He's so close. But now he's pushing into 2 Immortals. Overcharge is available. Now speaking of, Overcharge gets popped. But he can 2-shot the Immortals. Let's get one. Once again, DT harassing across the map. This time there are cannons. Somewhat. No cannon in the main. Trap being so annoying with these DTs. Probes are going down. Ooh, Australia does overreact. Prism goes down. And probes are falling in the main base. No shot. This DT is getting so much done. 11 probes. 11 probes going down and Trappy's holding. Getting up to 13, 14. Almost 15 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. The Invisible Man. They're too good. Meanwhile, across the map, Australia trying to break through. Does take down the Immortal. He still has an overwhelming army. He can still pull this off. As I say that, Zealots are reinforcing. Charge is on the way. Trap starts up +2. Australia never did. +2 never did begin for Australia. And Trap, he's recovering. Oh. Gets the Observer. Takes out the Stasis. Australia is waiting for his moment. DT into the natural. Getting 5 probes, 6 probes even. 7 probes. Where's the detection? Uh-oh. That's 11! Mate, DT's the crazy. 14! 14 probes! The DT's still alive! No shot. Again, the Observer out of position was with the main army. Now he responds. 14 probe kills. Mate, so many workers have gone down this game to purely DT harass. I mean, to dead harass as well. Dark Templar, they're crazy. Observer gets sniped. Astray reinforcing. And that advantage that Trap once had is not really there anymore. He's suddenly down in economy, down to 38 workers. And he's all in. At this point, Trap, he's all in. He's not making any more probes. +2 is almost done. It's all or nothing for Trap. And he's got 2 Immortals. He has Narcon. He can out-trade the Mass Gateway army. So even though Trap is down in supply, he's about to have +2. And he has a more cost-efficient army as well. Catching out the Stalkers. Yeah, miscontrol there by Estrella. Does overextend. Stalkers go down. Can Trap pull this off? We have a wall of shield batteries on the way. There's the Overcharge. Overcharge pops off, and Estrella, all he has to do is survive. Survive, that's all he needs. Gets the Observer. Can defend with DTs. Even though the SimCity is brutal. Shield batteries are going down. The DTs are popping off. The Invisible Man. They can attack, they can defend. DTs coming in as well. Observer has arrived. Estrella has none, but he has a Revelation, and that's good enough. Yeah, reveals the DTs, takes down the Immortals as well, and Estrella, he has done a GG gets called, and Estrella will take the series 3-0, becoming this week's Stego Monday #1 champion. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Congratulations to Estrella as he will claim the series. A very, very close, very tense back and forth there, especially in the final game. There were moments for Trap, moments for Estrella. It was very scrappy. Both players losing workers all across the map. DTs were popping off left and right for both players, and in the end, Estrella came out on top. He had the better economy, he had the faster third, he had the faster fourth. He was always able to rebuild and replenish the workers he was losing. I cannot say the same for Trap, as his economy was crippled and he was forced eventually into an all-in. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations. Estrella is our champion. Congratulations, Papa. Congratulations. What a performance here tonight, as Australia was not easy. He was able to bring down some big favorites to make it here this far. For those that weren't here, we did actually cast Australia's entire run throughout the entire tournament. We started off, of course, with Australia versus Medic Jr. into Pig. Australia, he took down Solar 2-0. Actually, you know what? Let's just have a look together. Let's just have a look. Australia, he took down Solar 2-0 in the quarterfinals. We were able to cover that series. Moving on into the semis, Australia, he took down Björn 2-1 in the PVT, and then of course in the grand finals he took down Trap 3-0. So he took down Trap, Björn, and Solar. A Korean Protoss, Terran, and Zerg, one of each race. Very impressive. Very impressive here by Australia. He was able to take down a top player from each race here in this tournament. It was not an easy run. You could definitely argue that Australia, he had the most difficult run to the finals, actually, compared to Trap, who took down... I mean, Geralt and Shin are strong players, don't get me wrong. But yeah, crazy. Crazy, man. Crazy. So a very strong performance here out of Australia. Again, Australia, he has been performing very well over the past... I would say maybe 2 months. He's been getting better and better results. Of course, Australia, he spent a lot of time in Korea during EWC. He was improving a lot, and now that improvement, now that practice has been paying off, has been showing off here in tournament results as well. Very impressive stuff. GG, well played. GG. Again, Australia, of course, he's the best player in North America, and clearly showing that he can go toe-to-toe with some of the other best players in the world from the Korean region. And with that, we're wrapping up. We are wrapping up here for the night. I do see Hyper One redeeming a replay cast. You're an animal. You're an animal. We'll do that next time. I am so tired. Not gonna lie, I was having a hard time holding on to myself during Australia versus Beyond. Australia versus Beyond was very intense. And it was very long. If you recall, on Oceanborn, it was like, what, a 40-minute game, and I was struggling a little bit. Before the finals, I did some squats. I took a bit of a break. I got some water. I had to wake up. I had to wake up for the rest of the cast. For those that are curious, I mentioned before, but this was a very last-second tournament. I wasn't expecting to cast this morning. Because of that, I stayed up late last night. I was just working on some VODs, working on some YouTube thumbnails, and I thought I could get away with it, right? I thought, hey, I'll just, there's no cast in the morning, I'll just stay up, I'll do some work. And then I woke up this morning after a couple of hours of sleep, and it's like, oh, there is a cast, there is a tournament, let's go. So, suddenly, StegoMonday, suddenly a Stegosaurus Cup. Okay, sure, let's go. So... I did have minimal sleep. I slept like 4 hours, 4.5 hours, which is not ideal. And because of that, I was originally planning to stream. I was going to ladder. I was planning to ladder after this. I'm not prepared to ladder. Like, mentally, I'm not there, Pappy. I'm not there. So I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna go and get some rest. Because of that, if I wake up, if I only nap for a couple of hours, if I wake up, then I might stream later. I might have a ladder session later on tonight instead, as this was our only cast today. So I might stream later. If I do, it's going to be on my personal channel. It's going to be on light_VIP on my personal channel instead. Otherwise, yeah, thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in. I'll cast your replay, but I'll cast it, Hyper One. I'll cast it. Don't worry. I'll get there. Just not today. Not today. No. We'll get there, though. Hold on. Where are you? He's catching up. Thanks for catching up. Oh, always. 10 points on Trap. I got scammed. That's the Hyper One. But yeah, with that, we are wrapping up. Our next broadcast should be I believe tomorrow. Let me just double check. But yes, I believe tomorrow we're going to be live with the Code for Giants Cup. That is a Brazilian only tournament, so stay tuned for that. That's going to be in under 24 hours. And the day after that, we're going to be hosting the Pondcast as well. So plenty of content here on the CranKy Ducklings. Be sure to tune in. Be sure to tune in. Otherwise, again, thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. Again, I might stream later on tonight. I can barely even speak. Gonna go pass out, and I'm gonna dream of Estrella back. He's gonna be haunting my dreams and my nightmares. It's gonna be beautiful. It's gonna be amazing. So I'm gonna go get some rest. When I wake up, I might have some time to ladder. So you can tune into that. Otherwise, our next cast is going to be tomorrow. And with that, thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much. Thank you for the support. Stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. We'll find someone to send everyone over to. Who is streaming at the moment? Who is live? That's a good question. Who do we have? Neura's playing Dota. Practice X is streaming. Pacheco's playing Helldivers. So is Gnocchi. Rally is playing Hearthstone? Question mark? I think. We'll find someone. We'll find someone to send everyone over to. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you for the support, and we'll see you guys next time, either later tonight or tomorrow, depending on whether you tune into the latter session or to the next cast. Otherwise, we'll see you guys when we see you. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. If you want to help support us, you can follow us on all the social medias, !socials in the chat, Patreon as well, you know, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Discord, Patreon, all things CranKy Ducklings. Otherwise, see you next time. Ciao, papi, ciao. See you next time.